Welcome to the Falmouth Chamber of Commerce.
The Falmouth Chamber is dedicated to working on behalf of our members to make Falmouth a better place to live, work, and conduct business. We are committed to developing the economic, cultural, educational, and civic interests of our community and welcome the support from all organizations to achieve our combined goals. Whether you call Falmouth home, are a summer resident, or a visitor, we hope you take advantage of all that the Chamber has to offer.
People think that a locally owned and operated appliance store may not offer what they need. Actually, we have trained and dedicated sales associates, expert delivery and installation, professional repair service, and personal customer service. Plus, we have access to a huge local warehouse with over 6,000 models in stock. Crane Appliance. We call the Cape and Islands home. Carlson Printing for all your printing needs. 508-548-7303 or toll free at 1-800-696-7303. Our email address is carlsonprinting@aol.com. Carlson Printing for all your printing needs.
Hosting services for fctv.org are provided by MegaNet Communications. MegaNet offers a wide array of internet services including Mega Backup Cloud Service, server co-location, T1, fiber, Metro Ethernet, as well as telephone services such as hosted PBX and digital voice. Their number one goal is to keep your communications network up and running and allow you to focus on growing your business. 877-634-2638 or meganet.net.
The Quarterdeck Restaurant, located on Main Street in the heart of Falmouth, specializing in fresh local seafood and other classic American cuisine, featuring a full bar with friendly staff. And the Bucatino Restaurant and Wine Bar, located in North Falmouth just off Nathan Ellis Highway, featuring catering services with 2 full event rooms serving up classic Italian cuisine. The Quarterdeck Restaurant and Bucatino Restaurant and Wine Bar, we're here to serve all our friends in Falmouth.
TV, we're going to, perfect.
Sorry about that.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so for FCTV, I'm going to get started now. So, good evening. My name is Megan English Braga, and I'm chair of the Falmouth Select Board, and welcome to our meeting for December 7th, 2020. I'm going to call the meeting to order by saying each member's name and asking you to note if you are present. Nancy Taylor?
Taylor, present.
Doug Jones?
Jones, present.
Doug Brown?
Brown, present.
And Sam Patterson?
Patterson, present.
Okay, we also have Julian Suso, our town manager, and we have a whole bunch of folks from IT assisting us. And this evening we are going to adjourn to executive session under Mass General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, vote to affirm memorandum of agreement with New England Police Benevolent Association, Local 165. And we will return once we have concluded that discussion. And as chair, I note that not to have that discussion in executive session could prejudice the town in these proceedings going forward. So that my motion to move. Go ahead.
Jones, second.
Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Brown?
Brown, aye.
English Braga, aye. So we're going to go to executive session and then we'll come back here when we're done. We have just returned from executive session. And Mr. Suso, is this something that we would announce at this point in time, or do we still need to wait till everything's finalized?
It's we're fine announcing that the board has affirmed that proposed settlement.
Great. Thank you. Peter, did you want to elaborate on that any further?
Sure, just to specifically mention that that the board discussed and approved a memorandum of agreement for a one-year contract renewal for the fiscal year 2021, an agreement to extend the contract of the Police Lieutenants Union.
Great. Thank you. And I think when we were leaving executive session, I think I heard Sam thanking Peter and Julian for their work on this, for Denise, for the folks at the police department and their union reps. It's hard to bargain in good years. COVID and everything that's been going on has made that challenge, I think even more difficult. So thanks to everyone for continuing to do that good work and just getting, some of these things nailed down so that folks can continue to go forward and, just be compensated appropriately. So thanks to everyone for working on it.
Yeah, and include Chief Dunn in that as well.
Yes, absolutely. I saw him come in at the end, right when we were finishing. All right, so we've called the meeting to order. Just a quick reminder, I know we've been doing this for many months now, but this meeting is being conducted virtually over Zoom because of the COVID pandemic and in accordance with the governor's emergency orders. Individuals can participate in real time. If they wish to do so, they can go to the Selectmen's page on the town website. All of the information about how to join the meeting and how to make comments, the information is there. If people aren't comfortable, as we've noted, you are welcome to reach out to us in advance via email or telephone, however you would normally contact your representative, and let us know if there's something that you want us to, a statement you want us to read during public comment or on a particular issue on our agenda. We're happy to do that. So we really want to make sure, we know it's a different way to participate, but we want to make sure that individuals are still participating and sharing their thoughts and their concerns with the board, even though we're doing this in a different fashion. I'm going to ask you to join me, please, in a pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag, the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, under recognition, does anyone have anything in particular?
I'd like to recognize the men and possibly women who served on the ships that were attacked at Pearl Harbor. Today is the remembrance of the 79th anniversary. And so much respect to those people. They were having a beautiful Sunday morning and a bright sunny day, and all of a sudden attacked unexpectedly. It must have been pretty horrific. So I'm sorry to hear. I'm sorry for their loss and the family's loss. So Thank you to them for their service.
Thank you, Doug. I saw a post somewhere where someone noted, even though it's called a national sort of monument, really, he was saying this is really a graveyard for so many people when you go and you visit Pearl Harbor, and just, I think we hear about it and we learn about it, and sometimes I think we forget the gravity of just what took place there. So thank you for reminding us about that today. Any other announcements?
Just to the board and to staff as well. This Friday at 7:30 is the Cape Cod and Islands Selectmen and Councilors Association meeting. So I think that the topic is going to be finances, and I think John Robertson from the Massachusetts Municipal Association is going to be there to report on his liaison role to the legislature.
And I guess I have another announcement, I guess.
Go ahead.
I'll go ahead and make it. I don't know if Julian was planning to do it, but tomorrow I believe that the COVID test center is going to be opening at the fairgrounds, and the cost is like $160. And if you have insurance, your insurance will pay for it. if you are not insured, I think there's a reduced fee of maybe $60 or maybe even less. And I believe it's starting tomorrow. I don't know if Julian can confirm that. Did you see that?
I think they're just having a kickoff event for it tomorrow. Is that correct, Julian?
That's my understanding, that it's the sort of the formal press kickoff, and that the opening will be occurring in the days shortly following, with information be released tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock in that formal announcement.
Okay.
Yeah, yes, and I spoke with Representative Fernandez today, who was one of the individuals who really earmarked those funds that are going to make this possible, and he will attend our next board meeting to just share more of those details. So if people, don't catch it tomorrow or in subsequent days, he'll come and share all of the details of how that's going to work, what the funding is going to be used for. So we can anticipate he'll be at our next meeting.
Will getting a test require a physician's referral?
No.
Okay, thanks.
And I see that Susan Moran found funding for one to be opened in Barnstable at the Melody Tent parking lot. I think they're going to use.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's pretty big.
Yep. So that's good. Okay. Any other announcements or recognition? Okay. I don't believe we didn't have any proclamations. So is there any public comment? Public comment is an opportunity for individuals to speak for up to 2 minutes on an issue that is not on our agenda. And because it is not an item on our agenda, we cannot comment on it. So we can take your perspective for those 2 minutes, and it may be something that we return to at a later date. I don't see anyone. I don't think I see anything here. Okay. Anyone here have somebody ask us? I know there are some folks who sent us emails about an issue on our agenda, but I don't believe we had any emails from people asking for public comment.
I didn't see any public comments
Okay.
other than what you've referred to.
Okay. All right. So if Peter, if you see something come up just because someone is having a little bit of difficulty, just let me know, please. Okay, next we are going to vote to affirm the appointment of Fire Chief. Mr. Suso, if you could walk us through this.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm extraordinarily pleased to request that the board affirm my appointment of Tim Smith, our Deputy Fire Chief since 2012, as Fire Chief, succeeding Mike Small. Tim has been serving as Acting Chief during the past 4+ months. And I do want to affirm that this is the culmination of a very lengthy and required civil service process that those who are listening may not be familiar with. That's required to appoint a successor fire chief. The retirement of former Chief Mike Small occurred at the end of July, and I finally received a certified and executed civil service testing appointment list on Thanksgiving week. So your meeting tonight is since the receipt of that awaited civil service certification, and I am quite gratified to be able to appoint Tim subject to your concurrence. He is a long-serving member, as you all know, of the Falmouth Fire Department, well over 30 years, and as I have noted, including as part of command staff as Deputy Chief since 2012. So Tim brings with him a lot of experience and expertise as a dedicated, and I believe comments if
yeah, Julian, you're cutting out a little bit, Julian, but I think what you were saying is that we have Tim with us, and if he would like to make some comments, we would love to hear from him. So welcome.
Good evening.
It's good to see you again.
Yes, thank you. And, and I greatly appreciate the support that Mr. Suso has provided me in this appointment, and also over the last several months in working through this transition. I'm very fortunate to work with such a dedicated staff of personnel in our department. As you know, our department's very well respected, and to have the opportunity to be, leading this department, and especially in these challenging times with the COVID pandemic and such, I feel very humbled by having this opportunity to work in this capacity. So I appreciate everything that's been done thus far, as far as the support from the administration, including from the board. And I look forward to working with the board. I look forward to working with the remainder of the, other department heads and such. And I'm very happy to be sitting here accepting this appointment. And I'm looking forward rather than back. And I want to keep working to improve our department and serving the citizens in the community. So thank you.
Thank you. Doug Jones, you had a
I
question?
would move to affirm the appointment of the fire chief, and it looks like we don't have to grant any waiver of residency requirement this time.
Hey,
I can attest to
Yay!
that.
I'll second that.
So makes everyone happy. I have a motion and a second. Do I have any further discussion?
I'm just really happy to see Tim in the role, and I think he's going to do great.
Thank you.
Likewise.
And I'm glad he lives here because his whole family has supported this town in many, many ways. I know them from being Eagle Scouts for my troop.
Nice.
Yeah, you put them through a lot, Sam. Yes.
I tried to help.
Good. I have a motion and a second. Seeing no further discussion by roll call. Taylor?
Taylor, I.
Jones?
Jones, aye.
Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Brown?
Brown eye.
And English Braga, aye. Congratulations and thank you. Thanks for
Thank
all
you
the
very
years
much.
you've given
Thank
us
you,
and
Tim.
for everything else
Congratulations,
going
Tim.
forward.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we'll see you in a little while because you're coming up on the agenda.
Yeah, don't go
We like to
away.
dive right in as soon as you're appointed.
I'm ready.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. Next, we have under our summary of actions, administrative orders, acting as trustees of the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund, vote to extend the deadline for execution of a grant agreement with Megansett Crossing LLC for affordable rental units located at 676, 688, and 702 North Falmouth Highway. Peter, just want to give a little context for this?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So it was 2 years ago, November 19th, 2018, that this board, acting as trustees of the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund, awarded $650,000 to Megansett Crossing LLC, and that enterprise is led by Michael Galasso, who is familiar to all of us, for 10 units of rental housing at 676, 688, and 702 North Falmouth Highway in North Falmouth. At the time, it was and it remains the standard practice of the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund to make these commitments of funds good for 2 years, because we don't want to see our funds tied up indefinitely. We want to ensure that folks are acting on them promptly, and if there's a reason that it cannot be done in 2 years, we at least want to have an opportunity to review that. And the Carla Ferroni, our housing coordinator, along with myself and the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund Working Group, have looked at the application, met with the applicant, and understand the good and valid reasons that they were not able to complete this project within the initial 2 years. They relate to a variety of things related to cost escalation and some COVID related, some not COVID related, dealing with a number of challenges, as is not uncommon in development of affordable housing. But it appears that things are on track to move forward, and it is the recommendation of the working group to the town manager and the town manager's recommendation to you as the board to extend the commitment of funds for an additional 270 days. And we do have a very precise motion that if the board were so inclined to approve, that we would ask that you read that motion.
Thank you, Peter. Nancy?
Do we know how much money is coming from the state? And do we know, Peter, is it in grants or in loans? How does that work?
So if we could bring, I believe Michael Galasso is with us. If we could bring him into the meeting, I don't off the top of my head know what the amount of state funding is, but I'm sure Michael can answer that question for us. The town's grants through the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund are in, for the most part, with the exception of some much smaller award amounts, but for this one and larger ones, we do them in the form of a forgivable loan. So and that's a common practice in affordable housing. We, in many cases, particularly again for these larger awards where there is a state funding agency, we actually have a combined review and an award process so that the loan documents are all lined up and there's some shared legal review to help keep those expenses down and to help organize things. But again, so it's a forgivable loan with the idea being that if the developer meets all of the requirements that the town has placed on it for construction of the housing and management in the case of rental, ongoing management of the rental housing, as long as those obligations are all met, the loan does not ever need to be paid back.
Got it.
Great. And I see that Mike Galasso has joined us. Welcome. Nancy Taylor had a question about, I don't know if you heard it, about the funds from the state and how that comes through and what that amount might be.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, we leveraged the town 650,000 with 938,000 from Mass Housing.
Thank you.
Well,
Any other questions for, yes, Sam?
I just wanted to mention that having been involved in the affordable housing area for the last 6 years and going to the Mass Housing Institute for 3 of those, this is pretty common, and the review process at the state level to get the money frequently pushes these projects out. So it's a perfectly understandable situation. So I'm certainly in support of it.
Great. Any other questions for Mike or Peter?
Is there great confidence that 270 days will be enough? Or is there a possibility we have to do this again?
We tried to, the applicant actually asked for 180 days and we extended it to 270. And there's the feeling is, nothing is ever guaranteed. There are a lot of variables, but there's a fairly high level of confidence that this extension will be sufficient. And certainly I welcome Michael's comments if he wants to add to that.
I appreciate the addition of the days so we don't have to do this again.
yeah, and that's true. I mean, our goal is to actually start construction this spring, depending upon obviously issues that we don't have total control over, but we've got a good team together and we're pushing forward every week.
Okay. Any other comments?
No, I'd be willing to read the motion if you like.
Yes, please do. Thank you.
Okay, I move that the select board acting as trustees of the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund hereby extend the award of $650,000 from the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund to Megansett Crossing LLC for 270 days until August 28th, 2021 to develop 10 80% to 100% affordable rental apartments located at 678, 688, and 702 North Falmouth Highway, as described in an application submitted November 2nd, 2018, and subject to the terms and commitment letter issued on July 21st, 2020 by the town manager, and that the town manager be authorized to sign the letter to effect said extension.
Patterson, second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, by roll call, please. Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Jones?
Jones, aye.
Brown?
Brown, aye.
Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
English Braga, aye. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mike. Thanks,
you.
Peter.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it. Thank you. Take care.
You too. Next, we have vote to accept donation from Dan Ward of 200,000 mature oysters. We had some information in our packet, and I want to note, I don't know if it was Diane or Phyllis who put the packet together this time, but I really appreciate the way that they have the summary of actions ahead, so you can really keep your place better. So huge thanks to them for doing it. It's always a lot of work. I don't know if folks understand that our packets are well in excess of 100 pages and they have to organize all of that. And so it's a nice format they've given us. So under this,
We would accept the donation of the
Diane is
200,000.
primary in that regard.
I would second that.
okay, any further discussion? It's recommended by our shellfish warden.
I would say discussion would be thanks to Dan Ward for being creative with
Yes.
excess oysters and throwing them back so people can go and fish for them.
Great, thank you. All those in favor by roll call, Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Brown,
Brown eye.
Taylor,
Taylor, I.
Jones,
Jones, aye.
English Braga, aye. Okay. Next, we have vote to reduce aquaculture rental fees to $18 per 1,000 combined total for rentals of upwellers, field gear, floating bags, work floats, and gear storage for first-year oysters for one season only. We had an explanation of that as well. Any questions on that?
Nope.
Okay. This is by recommendation of our shellfish warden as well.
Right.
I move approval.
Okay.
Patterson.
I will second that.
Okay, second by Brown. Any further discussion? Seeing none, by roll call, Taylor,
Taylor, I.
Jones,
Jones, aye.
Brown,
Brown eye.
Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
English Braga, aye. Thank you. Next, update select board policies on liaisons and and committee appointments. Peter, are you walking us through that? Excuse me.
Sure, I would be happy to. Thank you, Madam Chair. So these are policy updates that were precipitated by the work that Judy Fenwick and Doug Brown and I did on updating the committee handbook. They're really primarily housekeeping updates, taking them one at a time. The committee appointment policy, we added there the definitions for different types of boards and committees that was included in the charter amendment that was brought forward by the Charter Review Committee, just to help give some sort of explanatory background as part of the policy, and then clarifying the application process. But note this policy change does not represent a change in practice from what the board is presently doing.
And then under the liaison policy?
And then liaison policy is really just housekeeping updates, updating the list of committees and replacing Board of Selectmen with Select Board.
Great. Thank you very much. Any questions or comments on this? Okay. Nancy?
I just had a question. Should the water quality management be listed under there, under number 5?
I'm not really sure, to be honest with you. It's, the heading is liaison assignments will be made with all other town government bodies, including but not limited to. So it's not an all-inclusive. There are 50 boards and committees.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Excellent. Any other questions? Seeing none, do I have an approval of both of these updates / changes?
I'll move to approve.
Patterson, second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none, by roll call, Taylor,
Taylor, I.
Jones,
Jones, aye.
Brown,
Brown eye.
Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
English Braga, aye. Thank you, Peter. Thanks, Doug. Thanks, Judy.
Thank you.
Next, we have, squeeze this in before our hearings, extension of working deadline for Coastal Resiliency Action Committee activities and final report to June 30th, 2021. This is something that came up, I think, last week, and Charlie McCaffrey reached out to me to ask if they could have an extension. Essentially, there's obviously, we all are aware of the amount of work that they're doing. It's significant. COVID has made some of that challenging. And I do believe, the product that we're going to get at the end is going to be quite substantive. And the feeling was that they needed some more time. I think there had also been some other issues, just some personal issues going on with some of the members where they weren't able to do some of the things they needed to do just for health and other reasons. So this is a request from that committee. Any questions or comments?
I just comment that I attend their meetings occasionally, and I see that they're doing a lot of work. They're making a really big report, and they're really in the middle of it, and they really have a long way to go. And I even cautioned them last week, don't try to make it perfect because it's going to get revised anyways. And I think that was maybe a bit of a relief to them, but they still have a long way to go. And
Any other discussion?
they're all
Question?
pretty professional. They're trying to really craft this in-depth thing. So.
Yeah. And
Yes, Sam?
the reports that we received in our last meeting were pretty impressive.
Yes.
So I think we're seeing a document that really is going to provide all the citizens of the town with substance when it comes time to make some of these decisions.
Yeah. And you raise a good point, Sam, that we've already, their work has already provided quite a bit to the town. So I know they're wrapping it all together, but their work has been really, eye-opening already. And so I would entertain a motion to extend that deadline.
So moved.
Okay,
Patterson
Brown,
second.
Patterson second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, by roll call. Taylor,
Taylor, I.
Jones,
Jones, aye.
Brown,
Brown, aye.
Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
English Braga, aye. Great, thank you. Just in time for our hearing. So we have a 7:30 hearing as provided under Chapter 119 of the Code of Falmouth. A public hearing will be held in the Select Board's meeting room, Falmouth Town Hall, on Monday, November 9th, 2020 at 7:30 p.m. to establish and promulgate fees which are effective as of January 1, 2021, to be charged by the town departments and agencies, except as provided by Mass General Law, School Department, Planning Board, Library, Town Clerk, Town Treasurer, and Collector of Taxes. In accordance with the governor's order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law, General Law 30, Chapter 30A, Section 20, relating to the 2020 novel coronavirus outbreak emergency, the November 9, 2020 public meeting of the Falmouth Select Board shall be physically closed to the public to avoid group congregation. And then it says, see board notice of meeting for the instructions as how to participate. The proposed changes in fees are listed below. And I think I need to go through and read them all. Is that correct?
We just have one left. We've done all of these except
Right.
for
Yes.
And so the last one is the
Only the solar one
inspectional.
remaining.
Yep. So electrical, solar, residential, commercial. This was the one that was current 50. The change would be $10 per kilowatt, $100 minimum. So was there any further information that you wanted to provide on that?
weren't we going to include a maximum?
Yeah, we want to consider a maximum, but I wanted to ask the electrical inspector or Mr. Palmer about the actual number of visits and the actual time that might be involved, because when I look at the explanation on paper, it's a good lengthy explanation, but it's not clear to me if that's really 47 visits or 47 utilities.
Okay, so do we have Mr. Palmer available?
Yeah.
And I see
Good
Mr.
afternoon.
Palmer.
I have,
I'm not sure
Will-
if you guys can see me.
electrical
I'm not sure if my video's working, but I have Will Sinclair with us as
Yep.
well. So
Great.
I'm going to let Will explain the dynamics of his inspections and the reason for the fees.
Great. Welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Board, and Mr. Souza. I appreciate being here with you guys. First and foremost, I wish you all happy and healthy holidays as we move forward, and thank you for having me as your wire inspector in the town.
Same to you.
Been here for about 11 months, gone through the, per the request of the building commissioner, the fee schedule. As you can see, there was quite a big difference when we talk about fees when it comes to the residential and commercial industrial solar fees. Excuse me. Charging our normal fees of $100 for a solar fee or $175 when we look at the commercial application. I think that is the biggest one that you guys had questions on. We looked at a commercial application as $175. Excuse me. Let me grab my notes here. $175 plus $25 a room. I sat down with the the building commissioner and talked about this, and we had a proposed large scale canopy mounted solar installation coming to town, and the applicant had asked me for the fee. When he had looked at our fee schedule saying $100, $175, he couldn't come up with a fee, and neither could I. I sat down with Mr. Palm, we had talked about this. We have approximately 47 structures that'll be mounted there. That'll be installed there if they are permitted. So we took it as each one of those would be a structure, and the price it accordingly off of that to kind of come up with some type of a game plan that'd be fair on today's fee schedule that we have. The fee schedule as it stands now doesn't make sense when it comes to a large ground mounted solar installation. I sat down, I spent quite a bit of time on trying to figure out how many inspections that will be at that installation. The paperwork that I supplied with you for a explanation, and I thank you, Mr. Souza, and also the board for asking for this explanation. You can see quite clearly there's quite a bit of inspections that I'm estimating that'll be there. And I'd like to go into that just a little bit, just to give you a little bit of background. I apologize up front. I don't know you guys' backgrounds, if you guys have any experience in any large installation of this. There's multiple inspections that'll take place. The biggest one to try to estimate is the underground application. There's a lot of trenching that has to take place, and it's quite extensive. They can only dig so much every day, then they stop. I come out and I inspect. I either approve it or disapprove it, and they like to backfill. They don't like to leave trenches open overnight. It creates a hazard to the public. It also creates a safety issue, especially with OSHA and stuff like that. So we try to be on the cautious side in the industry as a whole. You know, coming up with 47 structures, figuring about 47 individual trench inspections alone. Now that trench inspection, I'm looking at the depth of it, the type of the installation, make sure the conduits are installed correctly and sealed. Any handholds, electrical manholes are installed correctly according with the plan that's provided to the town. And we call them as designs. They could be an as-built that's being designed there, and maybe there's an alteration to it that has to take place because they hit something, they couldn't get around it or what have you. And then we'll go on to, after that is done, then you have the actual structure that's going to go up. When the structure goes up, we got 47 proposed structures, estimated proposed structures that are going to be elevated canopy system. In that, I'm going to have what we call as a rail inspection or a grounding inspection, which will be at 47 of those. Depending on how quick they're installing them, I could have multiple inspections on a day, or I could just have the one inspection per structure. So I, just to be on the conservative side, said 47 grounding and rail inspection. And then we would have a rough electric and distribution inspection and equipment inspection. So as I'm going through the steps for you guys being detailed, I don't want to miss anything, but I want to explain to you the amount of time and effort that has to go through this. Keeping in mind that we only have $175 under today's fee structure that is supposed to cover these type of inspections.
So can I just ask you,
yes,
Mr. Sinclair, let me just ask you, are there questions now that we have and he's kind of gone over and given us this more information that we got in our packet? Are there any specific questions for Mr. Sinclair or for Mr. Palmer from the board? Doug?
I had
Brown?
one. So Mr. Sinclair, I was just trying to get a picture in my head of whether or not you really actually have to do 47 separate visits, or if it's 47 structures and maybe 15 or 20 visits. I'm just trying to get an idea of the actual practical time. I know you don't know that exactly because it depends on the contractor and how they work.
Thank you, Doug. I appreciate your input on that. I can say that I was very conservative on my estimate on inspections. I can give you a real-time project that's ongoing right now. we have a 6.2 megawatt ground mounted solar system going on in off of Black Cat Smith Road there. If I got that right, I get them confused with one in Plymouth also. I've inspected one trench 5 times so far. And after the weekend storm that we had a collapse of probably 1/3 of the structures that were already installed that had to be re-excavated out and will have to be reinstalled. So to give you an answer to your question, Doug, being conservative, the 47 individual inspections is only for that certain part of the structure. It's hard to estimate on this type of large scale whether it would be only 47 inspections, 62 inspections. If you see in my memo as I put out, a total of those inspections could be, in my estimate, 191 inspections. Some of those inspections could be grouped together where it would be only, say, 100 inspections.
Mm-hmm.
Does that answer your question, Doug?
It did, but I'm seeing now the scope of it. So really, there is quite a few trips you're going to be taking out there.
Yeah, there is, and I appreciate that, and I just want you guys to grasp when we're talking like real fees and trying to. I know that we're not in the position to say that this is a business and we want to be profitable, because we don't want to be. We want to encourage alternative energy and follow, the federal regulations and the state regulations to entice that. But we also want to be fair and competitive with the industry.
Right.
Any other questions from the board?
My question I have is, to what extent are these fees scalable? In other words, if a particular contractor makes it pretty easy for you to come out and do multiple inspections on one visit, are we able to actually charge them less? Because I think we want to support the renewable energy efforts. And so therefore we don't want to make the cost, onerous for anybody that's interested in doing that here in Falmouth.
Thank you, Sam. I appreciate that input. I want to say that this proposed 7 megawatt system is estimated value of $6 million is the value of the construction out of that. The proposed fee structure that I gave to you, as you looked at all the other documents that I gave you, there's no set fee structure that's around any other town that's around here. I've been through Dennis. We went to this $10 with a cap on it. They didn't want to go $10 per kilowatt when it could be a $70,000. For instance, this $70,000 fee structure. They wanted to cap, and I would highly suggest as an option to the governing board, if you decide to cap it, that would be probably a beneficial carrot per se to a developer, knowing that if I have a large ground mounted scale project worth $9 million, the maximum size fee that I'm going to pay to electrical is $20,000 or $10,000 or $5,000, whichever you guys decide. You are the governing body to make that decision. I want to give you all your options.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Rod, sorry, let me just ask it. Did you want to chime in on anything, Rod, at all?
As we sit here this evening and discuss this, the only alternative solution that I could think of, and I'm just sort of thinking out loud right now, is to have a fee, a standard fee, and then a inspection fee for each visit. So as it's unbeknown to us how many inspections we may do out there, whether it be 50 or 192, perhaps it's, that's something we could consider is $50 per inspection or something to that effect.
That makes it a little bit harder for the developer to budget what it's going to cost.
Mm-hmm.
But it also gives them an incentive.
So if you did end up with 200 visits times $50, that's what? Is that the 2 times 5? That's $10,000, right? So that's probably a kind of a basic guess of what our real cost would be. So if we had a cap of 20, we're safe.
So what we do, just to give you a parallel example, quite often a builder may build a home and for whatever reason being has to have multiple inspections above and beyond what we typically do. Maybe it's dephasing, maybe it's, could be weather, it could be anything. So what we typically do to accommodate homeowners and builders is we charge them $50 per inspection above and beyond what we typically do. So if a contractor needs 5 or 10 additional inspections above what we typically do, we charge $50 per inspection. And most contractors know and understand that, and they work that into their budget.
Okay, so if we were to put that $20,000 cap, would you feel safe and like we're not making a mistake there? I mean, it seems like it'll be enough.
I think, as Will had spoke, I don't think that the town, it will cost the town. I think that we wouldn't be losing money, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
Right.
And obviously, we can, as time goes on, if this becomes something that hopefully people embrace more and we have to revisit it, we have to revisit it. As this development hopefully is encouraged and goes on. So what is the pleasure of the board?
I would move approval with the $20,000 cap.
Okay, I have a motion.
Patterson, second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, by roll call. Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Jones?
Jones, aye.
Brown?
Brown, aye.
Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
English Braga, aye. Thank you, Mr. Sinclair, for all of that information that shed a lot of light on it. And thank you, Rod, as well.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
it.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks
have
for
a good
working
night.
late. Appreciate it.
Thank you, everybody. Have a great evening.
Thanks, you too.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have another public hearing. Let me just read the public notice. This is for tax classification hearing notice. The Falmouth Select Board will hold a public hearing on December 7th, 2020 at 7:30 p.m. via Zoom under Chapter 40, Section 59 as amended by Chapter 369 of the Acts of 1982 and Chapter 79 of the Acts of 1983. And the Falmouth Select Board will conduct a public hearing on whether the town of Falmouth should implement the Classification Act. At said hearing, the Select Board will hear a presentation regarding the allocation of the fiscal 2021 tax levy, which will determine the share of taxes which each property classification shall pay. The Board of, I think it should be assessors. Is it assesses?
Assessors?
Assesses? I think it's assessors.
If you have an accent.
Maybe we have a new board we don't know about. Shall provide all information and data relevant to making a decision of allocation of the tax burden, including the fiscal effects of the available options. And then just the piece about that we're holding this in accordance with provision, suspending the in-person meetings. The publication date was Friday, November 20th, 2020. And just a reminder, Peter Johnson-Staub, you'll just let me know if there's anyone from the public who wishes to speak at these hearings, as we would normally take comment at a hearing. Okay. Welcome. Do we have, oh, here we go. Welcome. We have some information in front of us, but if you want to just walk us through what it is that we need to know so the public can just be aware of what we're talking about tonight.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Tricia Favuli, Board of Assessors. Thank you, board members, Mr. Suso and Mr. Johnson-Staub. Jennifer Mullen is also in the background someplace, and she may want to step in at some point. The year has gone by. Where it's gone, we don't know, especially with this whole COVID. Been remarkable how we've all been able to continue doing our business. I'll get right into the hearing because I know you are a little bit behind. So cities and towns are certified by the Commissioner of Revenue to assess property at full and cash value. Hang on, because something's popping on my screen. I think it's from Tom. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Cities and towns are certified the commissioner as assessing property at full and fair cash value. You may elect to shift the tax burden among the major property classes with certain limits established by Mass General Law, Chapter 40, Section 56. The Board of Selectmen must vote whether to establish different rates among classes of property or to continue to tax all classes at the same rate by adopting a factor of 1. The adoption of different rates does not change the total property tax levy. Rather, it determines the share of the tax levy to be carried by each class. And I'm going to review each class for you.
Thank you.
Mhm. So that these are your following choices. With a split tax rate, the selectmen may choose to increase the share of taxes paid by commercial, industrial, real estate, and personal property, up to 150% of their adjusted share. The increase to the CIP results in a decrease to the residential property. In the case of Falmouth for the fiscal year 2021, an increase to the CIP, which is the commercial, industrial, personal property rate, reduces the residential rate by 35 cents by increasing the commercial, industrial, personal property rate by $4.60 per thousand. A commercial, industrial, personal property assessment at $581,242 would pay $2,470 more in that higher rate. Your next exemption that you would be looking at would be a small business exemption. And that would buffer the impact of the split tax rate on a small business. There's a provision that allows the selectmen to offer an exemption for properties housing businesses with 10 or fewer employees. Approximately half of the businesses in Falmouth currently qualify for this exemption. The exemption is a moot point if the tax rate is not split. We're estimating the state reports to us annually. There's between 325, 375 small businesses that would qualify for that rate. Your next discount that you would vote would be the open space discount. The Board of Assessors only qualify property as open space when there's an enforceable deed restriction in place. Many old subdivisions that we had at one time had open space in those subdivisions and they put restrictions on them. Most of the current subdivisions that are going in place no longer have those restrictions in place. And the open space properties in Falmouth are currently assessed at a value that reflects their marginal marketability, making the open space discount unnecessary. We have 0.3% of our property as open space. And the final exemption that we would be looking at would be the residential exemption. Board of Selectmen may elect to offer a tax exemption of up to 20% of the average residential property value to all domiciles. The exemption is funded by an increased residential tax rate. With today's rate and values, the residential tax rate would raise to $909, which results in a lower tax for owner-occupied homes, but would shift the higher taxes to vacant land qualifying residential dwellings in owner-occupied homes and commercial properties, industrial and personal property. Their rate actually would go lower for the industrial personal property to $850, but it would still be shifting the burden over to those properties because they have a smaller base than the residential. And I also included the effects of the shift that you could see based on median prices in the town of Falmouth. The current median price for fiscal 21 is $435,200. A single tax rate at that $435,000 is $3,699. If you were shifting it, the rate would go up to $12.75 per thousand on the commercial and drop the residential down to $815.
Okay.
Okay, so that gives you a general
Yep, that's
idea of
helpful.
all of our shifts and where they're going and where all our exemptions are going. I also gave you some historical value for the town showing over the last several years our actual decrease in our tax rate. This year we've decreased down to $8.50 per thousand from last year's tax rate of $8.59. It's amazing, as all of you are aware, I'm sure, of the increased rate of real estate values in the town. We're becoming a destination that people want to be here. While they're here, they're realizing their houses aren't nice enough, and they're spending a vast amount of money increasing their square footage or do total renovations. We're up to over 5,000 permits a year right now. So we're able to gain another additional $1 million in growth based on that new construction. So that gives you an update of where we're sitting value-wise. Do you have any questions?
Thank you so much. It's a lot of information in a quick view. Go ahead, Jones.
I was just going to move the town of Falmouth continue to tax all classes at the same rate by adopting a factor of 1 and to reject the residential, commercial, and open space exemption.
Taylor, second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Sam, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question. I mean,
Yes.
What's the carrot for a town like Nantucket to use the residential exemption? What do they gain from it?
What do they gain from it?
Yes.
Their values over there, Mr. Patterson, are just so high that it gives the lower valued properties an opportunity to have a break. We're talking over there $700,000-800,000. Their median value over there is probably about $985,000. So that's giving the folks in that lower range a break. But what in actuality it's doing, it's just shifting, because the tax rate is going up, and it's shifting it over to the second homeowners and the commercial base.
Yeah, and I guess that was my understanding of it. And given the huge demands we have for affordable housing for people that work in this town, it seems like this is a way of trying to push some of that load onto the people who have all this money that can come in here and spend over the asking price to purchase property. Why aren't we trying to protect some of the housing to make it more affordable? I'm struggling with this.
I think that's a policy of the board that they need to look at. The Board of Assessors had a meeting on Friday morning, and they took up this conversation. And in light of the economics of our economy right now and the dangers of small businesses closing, we're seeing that happening, quite frequently. To take a subject like this and start exploring it at this time, I think we have to make a decision. Do we want to attract businesses to stay open in the town, to encourage people to come here and spend money while they're here, rent property, and keep the economy going so that people have jobs? But again, that's a policy, and I think Jennifer Mullen is also having her hand raised to weigh in on this.
We shifted that. That's adding almost a 50% increase to the tax rate for commercial, with a very minimal decrease for the residential. And that's the reason why I'm more in favor of the factor of 1.
Right.
Yep. Nancy Taylor, and then Nancy, you're muted, and then Jen Mullen, do you want to weigh in?
So Tricia, I just want to double back for 1 second. So it really does mean it would put a burden on commercial businesses if we would do something different.
Correct, because what's going to happen if we raise that commercial rate and you're the landlord, your taxes are going to be going up, and you're going to pass them on to me, the tenant. And we've got a lot of those small mom and pop. Take a look on Main Street right now. We've got some spaces that are already closed. We're in jeopardy there of telling small business that we're not valuing them to the extent that we should to keep them in business. We're looking at Main Street. We're looking at smaller businesses that are offering services, whether it's somebody cleaning your pool or whether it's a big landscape company. It's a balancing act, but I think in the economy the way that it is right now, and my board was 100%, all 3 members felt the same way. This is not the economy to start looking at adding an additional tax to businesses.
Yeah, I quite agree with you on the timing, but at some point, I'd like to know how many of those small businesses are just people who own the property and rent the property, but don't live here in Falmouth. What percentage is that group of people that are entrepreneurs buying property and basically treating it as a commercial entity, but don't really live here? And again, I'm looking for some kind of a break for those people that are trying to live here on the salaries that are available as work employees here in town. You know, it's a struggle right now.
Understood.
Jen?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to remind everybody of a couple different things, is that when you decide to shift the rate and not have a factor of 1, you're actually shifting, you're not saving any money anywhere. You're always going to tax, the levy is always going to be the levy. So whatever the bills are, they'll go out at that rate. We're not saving any money for the town. I just wanted to make that clear because that had come up before. So whenever you vote a split tax rate or an exemption, it always shifts the burden to another class of people. And so with the residential exemption, you're shifting it to second homeowners, but you're also shifting it to commercial base. We don't have a large commercial base in Falmouth. So if you look at other communities who do shift it, they have a larger commercial base that can actually take care of all that money. And with the $100,000 exemption to create affordability for people that live here, it's a minimal amount that they save per year, and you're shifting all that to everybody else. It is a decision. It's a political decision. Because for the, the assessment's the assessment, and the bills are going to get paid. It's just who you're going to bill and how much more you're going to bill them. But I wanted to be clear about, it doesn't create anything for affordable housing. It just takes the residential year-round homeowner, that $100,000 they don't get taxed on, which is minimal, and then you're shifting it to all the other classes.
Yeah, thanks, Jen. That's helpful. Any further? Oh, go ahead, Doug.
Do we have any idea what the tax rate is of some of our local neighbors?
I don't have the 21 rates because they haven't all been classified as we're doing tonight. The Lower Cape has a much lower tax rate than we do. Sandwich has a higher rate. Barnstable has a much higher rate. They have a split tax rate. They're a residential exemption. Mashpee has a higher rate. Falmouth is definitely right in the middle of all of the other towns.
Thank you.
And I just want to remind everybody, the higher the value, the lower the rate, because of Proposition 2.5. So, our tax rate went down because our values went up. So when I worked in the Lower Cape, at one point we had a tax rate of $3.50 per thousand, but the values in Chatham were through the roof. So you have to look at levy to levy and the average tax bill if you really want to do a comparison from one community to the next.
I think it would be interesting down the road to do that, not to put more on your. It would be interesting for folks. You always hear people talking about taxes, and every tax seems like too much. But for people in Falmouth to really get a sense of how we compare with some of our neighbors, as you're saying, Jen, when you really look at apples to apples.
And you want to. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well, when you look at that, you also want to look at the services that you provide.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Yes,
definitely.
Yes. So excellent. So I had a motion from Doug. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor by roll call. Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Jones?
Jones, aye.
Brown?
Brown, aye.
Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Okay. We have another. Sorry. English Braga, aye. We have another motion.
That was your motion. You just had to make the motion for the factor of 1.
That's all we need to do?
You did it for all. You made your motion for all of them in one motion.
Perfect. Okay. I'm just looking at the notes here. I want to make sure we didn't miss anything.
Nope.
Great.
We've got everything.
Great. Thank you, Trish. Thank you, Jen. We really appreciate it.
Thank you,
Have a
Madam
great
Chair.
night.
Just one thing I do want to say, I would be remiss if I didn't thank my staff to get us to this point. I have some remarkable people in our office, and I have to thank them.
Yes. Pass on our appreciation.
Thank you.
Really, we know it's a lot of work. Thank you. Next, we have another public hearing. And it is, let me just get to the reading of it. Okay. Notice of public hearing. Notice is hereby given that the Board of Selectmen of the Town of Falmouth will hold a public hearing on Monday, December 7th, 2020 at 7:30 p.m. in the Selectmen's Meeting Room, Town Hall, Falmouth, Mass. On the application of the Blended Berry LLC for a wastewater flow variance under Chapter 180, Section 56 of the Code of Falmouth, the so-called flow neutral bylaw for a restaurant at 56 Davis Straits in said Falmouth parcel 3921006000. And then this is being held remotely due to COVID, and this was published Friday, November 20th in the Falmouth Enterprise. So welcome.
Thank you.
Hi, how are you?
Good. If you just want to introduce yourselves.
I'm Sarah Thompson.
And I'm Jordan Thompson.
Welcome. Thank you for being here tonight.
Thanks for having us.
So we have some criteria that we need to go through. So what I'll do is I'll open it up and ask the board. We have all of the information in front of us. And are there any questions for the petitioners?
No, I think everything was pretty clear in there.
Good. Okay.
I have a question for our board, though, is how much longer are we going to keep this policy the same, where we force the applicants to hire an engineer and design a system that's not going to be used? And also, the reason I ask that is because we have other areas in town that are going to get redeveloped on Main Street where we're not going to have room to design a new system, and when they just want to change the use. So I think that needs to be revisited, and we need to remove that provision.
I quite agree with you, and it's always been a puzzle to me as to why it was even put in there in the first place.
Just to manage growth, but I think we're beyond that now, and it's just a waste of money.
So something for us to take up as a policy question at a later date. Any other questions on this particular matter?
I think we should go on record that we have notification from the Board of Health that they have satisfied the requirement for the Title V program, and also communication from Amy Lowell, our wastewater superintendent, that there is capacity at the plant currently.
Correct. And I would add to that, under our criteria, that this is a business that is hoping to be open year round and provide some economic development, which is one of the criteria for priority areas in our waiver consideration.
And the menu looks healthy.
The menu looks great.
Yeah.
Love it.
Excellent. Any other, so with those findings, you know what we have, we really have to go through the process of seeing if there's any public comment. We have to close our hearing, actually. Do I have a motion to close the hearing?
So moved, Patterson.
Okay, do I have a second?
Only if Amy
Okay,
has
all
any
those
comments about our previous conversation. Is there anything you wanted to add?
To be honest, I wanted to make sure I understood what you said. Were you saying that we ought to reevaluate this part of the flow neutral bylaw?
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's practical to keep the requirement in for the applicant to design a system that we know they're not going to use. And
that part. Okay.
Just the septic system component.
I'm thinking it's time,
requirement.
I think it's time to get rid of that.
Yeah, I understand. There are a lot of things that we would like to re-examine in the flow neutral bylaw, and to clarify, I don't believe they're required to design a system, but there is this evaluation. The point is the original idea with the bylaw was to prevent the sewer allowing growth that would have been limited by Title V before the sewer was brought to an area. Right. And the flow neutral bylaw, though, applied to existing sewer service areas as well as the new one. So that was the reason for this Title V system evaluation, was to say, if we didn't have the sewer there, would this development be able to happen? So it's a theoretical, but I understand what you're saying in there. I did feel like this was an odd example to have to bring to the board for a flow neutral hearing, in particular, because it's a single use within on a parcel that has multiple uses.
Multiple. Mm-hmm.
So, and the bylaw is not entirely clear how to handle that. So really, it was conservative to have the hearing at all. So now I understand your comment, Doug, and I agree. And I've asked the Water Quality Management Committee, or the I have a working group within the Water Quality Management Committee, and I have communicated with them about having a separate meeting where we talk about the flow neutral bylaw and how to improve that.
Right.
That's great. So maybe we can bring that. And I'm seeing that Scott McGann has some thoughts on this. If he on this particular project, if he feels that he wants to weigh in, if it's on the larger issue, I think we can take that up at another time about the policy piece. I won't make these folks, I won't put them to sleep listening to us talk about the policy for flow neutral bylaw. I wouldn't do that to anyone. But so any other questions for Amy, for the applicant, for anyone else? Okay, do I have a motion on this matter? What is this board's pleasure?
Public comment?
Oh, Scott, did you want to jump in?
No, it's about the larger issue, not about theirs.
Okay.
So.
Okay, Doug Brown, you had a comment?
No, I just was asking, reminding you if there was any public comment, but that'll
Yes,
be
any
after.
public comment?
I guess not.
Okay. So I'm going to move. Did we ever vote on closing the hearing? I think someone had a question.
I
So,
think I held it up, sorry.
okay, that's okay. I had a motion to close the hearing. I had a second. All those in favor of closing the hearing by roll call. Taylor,
Taylor, I.
Jones,
Jones, aye.
Brown,
Aye.
Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
English Braga, aye. I think we went over our findings. Okay, and now the vote of this board. Do I have a motion in one way or another?
I move approval.
Okay, to grant the waiver. Do I have a second?
Patterson, second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none by roll call. Taylor,
Taylor, I.
Jones,
Jones, aye.
Brown,
Brown, aye.
Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
English Braga, aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Good
When
luck.
do you think you're
Thank
going to
you,
open?
guys.
Good luck with the business.
Thanks, Amy. Thank you, Scott, again. Appreciate it.
When
Thanks,
do you
guys.
think
Take
you'll
care.
open?
Well, we're shooting for December 27th to be the official opening date. We're trying to figure out, we got our electrician finishing up this week and then the plumber finishing up this week and then just moving in equipment all at the end of this weekend. And then we're kind of struggling with, do we open, try to open before Christmas or just kind of let Christmas pass and open the 27th? We're trying to figure it out.
So for everyone's New Year resolutions, when they need to be healthy
Right,
after the
right,
holidays.
exactly.
So
Yep.
perfect timing. Well, good luck. Thank
Thank
you.
you, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Take care.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Scott. Thanks, Amy. Okay, next, we have another hearing. And let me just read the notice here. Okay, public hearing. The Falmouth Board of Selectmen will hold a public hearing under section 24077 wetland regulations of the zoning bylaws of the town of Falmouth on Monday, December 7th, 2020 at 7:30 in the Selectmen's Meeting Room, Falmouth Town Hall, on the application of Warren Family Irrevocable Trust for proposed waterfront improvement project, which includes the construction and maintenance of a fixed timber pier, ramp, float, pipe piles dug in stone steps, and lighting for the existing path located at 132 Sitters Pond Road, Falmouth, Mass. Body of water affected is Sitters Pond. Interested parties may review the file on this hearing at the Select Board office. And this was published Friday, November 20th and November 27th in the Falmouth Enterprise. So, welcome. I can't see, I'm on my phone tonight. I'm apologizing to everyone. I'm operating from my phone. I can't see everyone's name. So whomever is here for the applicant, welcome. And if you would like to go ahead.
It's Tim
Sure.
Santos.
Sure. For the record, Tim Santos from Holmes and McGrath, representing the applicant. I'm going to share my screen if you don't mind, just to bring
Yep,
up a little
sure.
colored exhibit, and then I can answer any questions.
Great.
So can everyone see that?
Yes.
Okay, the property is located at 132 Sitters Pond, currently developed with an existing single-family home. And the application before you tonight is a special permit for the construction of the fixed pier, ramp, and float in the rear. This project has gone before conservation. Conservation has issued an order of conditions, which we forwarded a copy to you in the application package in case you had any questions on it. This is our next step in the long line of steps needed to construct the pier. Hopefully get this approval tonight, and then we can move forward with filing with the DEP Waterways, and they'll be able to construct sometime, I'm assuming next fall. So if the board has any questions, I'd be more than happy to address them. I can stop sharing, or I can leave it up, whatever your pleasure is.
Right, maybe just leave it up for now. And any questions? Doug Brown, you're the first one I'm seeing, so go ahead.
When I first started to read the overview of this, I thought that with the description exactly identical for both projects, I thought maybe it was a shared dock, but they just happen to be next door to each other. And
Yes, they are. So the hearing right after this is at 124. There's two individual docks for two separate homeowners.
okay. How do they just happen to be exactly the same project? I guess the conditions are the same.
They're exactly the same. Yes, correct.
Okay. All right.
Doug
thanks.
Jones?
I just want to disclose that I do live 3 doors down from here. And I did have questions to whether the existing ramp and float is a neighbor's. That's not going to have anything to do it's not replacing that one, right?
You're talking this, if you can see where my little hand is, that is on the neighbor's property. That is correct.
So it has nothing to do with this, right?
It has nothing to do with this. It's just shown as existing.
So there are other docks in the area.
Correct.
Sam Patterson?
Yeah. Is there a restriction on motors on boats and on Sitter's Pond? It's pretty
All
small.
ponds. No ponds allow it.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it got written into the order of conditions on this one, but I think it came up that the second time I went back before them for 124, that question came up, and I'm pretty sure they wrote that in as a condition.
I didn't see it, so I think we should put it as a condition. But it's automatic in ponds.
Yeah, we did talk about it at conservation. Maybe it didn't make it in, but both homeowners are planning on putting sailboat, kayak type stuff. No motorized boats.
I just think it's kind of a way of educating new property owners. This may not be a new property owner, that there are restrictions on these ponds. I think it's a good idea.
Okay. Any other questions?
Is there any mooring field associated with this project?
There is not one shown on this plan. They would be mooring the boat on the seaward side of the 8x12 float section.
But not by using any moorings out in the water.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, correct.
Okay. Any other questions?
I got a text question from a friend of mine, and just asking, will it affect the flow, the water flow in this area, having two large piers next to each other? Is there any impact on the shoreline other than?
There's no impact on the shoreline.
Okay.
It's a very restricted entrance into the sound.
There's very little water flow.
Yeah. Sometimes none.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay. So I do want to make sure I think we really need to make sure we're going through process. So we've asked all the questions, and then we can, I don't think that there's any public comment. Okay, I'm not seeing anything come up. So do I have a motion to close the hearing?
So moved, Patterson.
Second?
Taylor, second.
Thank you. Okay. And what is the only piece that we want to add to it? Just the piece about the no motorized boats? Vessels?
Yeah.
Okay. Which is just stating what the rules are anyway, but just so it's very clear. Anything else?
Just, I guess, as we make the motion, that there are other docks in the area, that this is not going to create a navigational hazard of any type. It will not be impeding water flow, and it's consistent with the neighborhood.
Thank you. Okay, so with those as our findings,
With
need a
that,
motion?
approval.
Okay, I have a,
Patterson, second.
thank you. Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, by roll call. Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Jones?
Jones, aye.
Brown,
Brown eye.
Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
English Braga, aye. Great, thank you.
Thank you for your time. You can leave me up because I think I have the
Yes.
next turn. Thank
You're
you.
coming up on the next one. And I'm going to read the notice, but I will just note that I'm going to recuse myself on this one. I have had the pleasure of doing some work for the applicants. And so it wouldn't be appropriate for me, I think, to vote on this. So let me just get to the hearing notice. Okay. The Falmouth Board of Selectmen will hold a public hearing under Section 24077 Wetland Regulations of the zoning bylaws of the town of Falmouth on Monday, December 7th, 2020 at 7:30 PM in the Selectmen's Meeting Room, Falmouth Town Hall, on the application of James P. and Jean F. Borden for the proposed waterfront improvement project, which includes a construction maintenance of a fixed timber pier, ramp, float, pipe piles, dug-in stone steps, and lighting for the existing path located at 124 Sitters Pond Road, Falmouth, Mass. Body of water affected to Sitters Pond. Interested parties may review the file on this hearing at the Select Board office. We're holding this in accordance with the governor's provisions suspending in-person meetings, and this was published on November 20th and November 27th in the Falmouth Enterprise. Welcome again. I'm going to, I'll just lead us through it and then I won't vote. So go ahead if you want to just share your screen on this one.
Sure. Again, for the record, Tim Santos from Holmes and McGrath representing the applicant. I'm going to share my screen. And so this property is located directly to the north of the previous property. This is at 124 Sitters Pond Road. If you've been to the property, previously there was a house that existed in this area here and it's been torn down and a new house is being constructed. And the applicant is proposing to construct a fixed pier, ramp, and float. The project has gone before conservation. They have issued an order of conditions, and we're here tonight looking for a special permit so we can move forward in our permitting process through the town as well as the state. If anybody had been to the property in the past or floated by, maybe you might have seen an old or looked at old aerial photos. There was an old ramp and float out here. It was unlicensed. The commission requested that we remove it and come back in with a new application in order to permit it the official way. So they have issued the order of condition that has been forwarded to you. And if the board has any questions on this one, I'd be more than happy to address them.
Great, thank you. Any questions?
Doug Jones?
Sorry, I'm muted. Sorry, go ahead, Doug. You're muted now too. It's contagious. Go ahead. You're muted again. Sorry, Doug.
I will state that I live 3 doors down from this house.
It's getting closer.
This time, Tim, I do have a question as to how much clear cutting or clearing has been done in the area of this. Is that all with Concom approval?
Yeah, so I can give you a little history. When the applicant purchased the property, they met, there was a lot of invasives on this bank, and we went through conservation to permit the house, as well as if you look at all these plantings in this kind of what I'll call a apple greenish color. That's all mitigation plantings for the construction of the house. And then along the bank, there was an invasive species removal plan, and that'll be all replanted. If it has been cleared, then they're in the process of removing the invasive species plantings and doing their restoration portion over the next year or so. And that has all been before conservation and approved.
Can we require them to do it further north all along the bank?
Or a few houses down?
Yeah, all the way to just for good measure. Any other questions?
Get that.
Any other questions for Mr. Santos?
No, thanks.
Okay.
I move we close the hearing.
Do I have a second?
Second,
Second.
Taylor, second.
Okay, all those in favor of closing the hearing by roll call, Taylor,
Taylor, aye.
Jones,
Jones, aye.
Brown,
Brown eye.
Patterson.
Patterson, aye.
Okay. Similar findings for our motion as the last time, which I think were that it doesn't impede with any navigation. It doesn't disrupt water flow. It is in concert with other such structures in the area. And am I missing any? And that there's no motorized vessels allowed.
Correct.
Okay, so that would be the motion if anyone wants to make it.
Was there any public comment before we move on? I don't want to exclude that. Nope.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any, but I'll wait one moment for any public comment. I haven't seen anything coming up. Okay.
I think for both of these, we could also state that butters were notified by it.
300
Thank
foot
you. Yes,
list.
and it was published twice. Okay, so with those findings, do we have a motion one way or another?
I move approval.
Patterson, second.
Okay, all those in favor? Taylor?
Taylor, I.
Jones?
Jones, aye.
Brown?
Brown eye.
Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
And I would abstain. Great, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. Have a safe and happy holiday season.
Thank you, you too.
you.
Take care. Okay, that concludes our public hearings for the evening. We're going back to our 7:45 business. We have application for new common victor license, a blended berry LLC located at 56 Davis Straits, Falmouth. These are the individuals who are just in front of us.
I move we grant that since they've already told us they're going to open on the 27th.
Yes, so that we can get healthy again.
Patterson, second.
Perfect. I have a motion, a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, by roll call, Taylor?
Taylor, I.
Jones?
Jones, aye.
Brown?
Brown eye.
Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
English Braga, aye. Great, thank you. Congratulations again. Take care.
Just reading that menu again.
Yeah. Next, we have Scott McGann will join us for a discussion update on COVID-19 issues. If we can bring Scott in.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, Scott.
Hi, Scott.
Well, my months of going to you and saying everything's doing really well is over. I mean, we're kind of in the thick of the second wave. I'm going to take the screen for a little bit. Picture's worth 1,000 words. I've said too many words today, so let me show you some pictures. So here's the weekly case trend. And of course, we had that really good summer and fall, but here is the last couple of weeks. So we've been averaging, if you took out the congregate care, long-term care, we had one long-term care with 22 residents and about 8 or 9 staff. If you took that out, we've been averaging somewhere between 28 and 35 cases per week leading up to Thanksgiving. The red dot indicates the partial week. This is what we've had since Friday. So we've had 29 cases since Friday. That's probably more than we had the entire month of like August or something like that. So we're having more cases. Like I said, it's definitely on the increase. On 12/4 in the morning, I ran a report, got 436. I ran a report this morning, it's 465. There's your 29 cases. So that's more cases. If you look at our trends here, you can see that curve that flattened out really well in May all the way till sometime in September, early October is now taking a steep incline. In terms of our colors, yellow is greater than 43 cases or 5% positivity rate. If you have both, you go red. In Falmouth, we find for the first time, unfortunately, we went yellow. We've done really well so far. I'll show you the next slide. Will show you a lot more clarity on this. So our positivity rate per 100, so our average daily rate is doubled almost in a week. And our positivity went up almost a full percent. 2% is the key number. You need to be less than 2%. If you're less than 2%, the disease isn't really multiplying. You start getting over 2%, it really starts to multiply. So like you guys, you watch the state daily updates and you see 2,000, 2,000, 2,000, 25, 25, and all of a sudden you see 4. If you notice that, and all of a sudden you see 6. And you're like, how's that? Well, that's the multiplier that occurs once you start getting over 2, 3, 4, 5% positivity. The state itself is 3.73 with about double the amount of cases per 100,000. This chart here is more interesting. I feel really bad for Barnstable in the same 14. The town of Barnstable had 359 cases in the same 14 days. And this is a little on the old side because this is only updated. This is updated between the 15th and the 28th, where we had 78. So you see a lot of yellows in some of our friends, our neighbors in other towns. Some towns have been able to stay away from it. We've started to get into it. This is the Barnstable 3-day average. The Barnstable's getting about 30 to 50 cases per day. Interestingly, going back to here, Falmouth is about 14% of the county's population. We've been averaging between 13 and 14% of the cases, so roughly about where you would expect. We actually, even though we had a lot of cases for Falmouth, we actually went down in percentage to 11.7% because of what Barnstable and Yarmouth and what they've been dealing with over there. So they've been having it worse than us, but still not good for anybody for the most part. This is with today's dashboard. There wasn't a lot of tests today. Mondays are historically low. Coming in, grabbing data from Sunday. Usually we have about 100,000 cases in between 5 and 6,000. Sorry, let me repeat that. About 100,000 tests, between the 90 and 100,000 tests, with about 5 to 6,000 positives. The positivity rate is awful at 5.46%. And the death rate is now a little bit higher in the 20s to 30 range, give or take each day. And I'll talk about hospitalizations in a second. The hospitalizations are up, but not to necessarily the same rate as the cases, mainly because you see up in here, you see the age bracket, the people that are younger and generally healthier are getting more of the cases. And we're doing a better job, at least getting the ages over 65 or so. There's been less cases, therefore less hospitalizations. The average age of somebody gets hospitalized is 68. The average age of death is 81. Positivity is really high. If you take out, see this 5.46% is the total number. The light blue is college kids being tested at higher education, so staff as well. If you take that out, it's actually our positivity is pushing 7% if you just did the general population, and that's awful. Again, look at where we were in August and September, the low 2, we can live with that. And it just, once it starts to grow, it really grows. Hospitalizations has increased, but not to the same rate that we saw earlier on, because we're doing, by and large, a better job on a long-term care facility, even though like we just saw, it can happen.
So these are statewide numbers, right?
Oh, sorry, yeah. These last 3 sides are statewide. Okay, so that's what you can get every day on the state's website. Sorry, I should sometimes say that. This comes from the county. This is on the county's website. This is weekly updated on the county website. This is also something that the county started up. You can see early on, April through August, that the hospitalizations, you can see the drop from May, a day in April, day in May, where we were way high in hospitalizations and down. And then all the way through the summer up until November, we were in that 0, 1s, and 2s. We're not in that right now. We're in 5. There's 5 currently at the hospital with 1 in the ICU, and Cape Cod Hospital has 14 and 5. So we're starting to reflect up to those numbers. We're not at that point now. We're somewhere where we were in June. I've been told that the hospital is going to start putting in the COVID tent that they had for treatment and so forth going up. The DCU Center is a state facility over in Worcester that they're also starting to set back up. So they're getting prepared for an increase in hospitalizations. Hopefully it doesn't get to the point where we were in April, and we'll find out. So not good news by any stretch. Especially over the last few days. We are coming out of Thanksgiving, and people did go and travel and see relatives. And so I would have thought the cases went up. So where we might be getting, 4, 5, and 6 cases a day, we might be starting to get into the 7, 8, or 9 cases a day. I'm not sure. So, but it definitely saw an increase over the weekend. A little bit about testing. Sue Moran, Dylan Fernandez got $300,000 from the state this spring, summer. Sometime in the summer, I think it was appropriated. The Barnstable County Health Department, so it's Barnstable County Health and the Environment. MRC means the Medical Reserve Corps of volunteer nurses that we have. Going to use the funds to do a drive-through testing site at the Barnstable County Fairgrounds. That's going to start next week. The clinic's going to be by appointment only, and it's going to take insurance, much like the one at the hospital does. They will be doing those that aren't insured at a much lower rate. I think, I stand corrected, but I think it's somewhere around 125 at like some of the medical clinics, the walk-in clinics. This will be more like somewhere in the 60 range. So it's going to be for cost. So if you need a test, but you don't have insurance, or you don't have an appointment, and you just want to be tested, it's going to be considerably less, but you do need to get a reservation. Okay, it's going to be staffed until the money runs out. More to come on the details. Once I get a link from the county with all the details, I'll put it up on our site as well. So that's good news. It's another place to get tested. I mean, we've done pretty good. I didn't, without going back to the other slide, I think that same 2-week span, we did almost 4,000 tests. So we were 1,800 tests per week. But another place is great. This is open to any Falmouth resident. I mean, any Cape Cod resident. The way the money was released, it was released. It had to be in Falmouth. Think they're going to do 3 sites, so they'll do one down Cape and one in the Barnstable area. So, but at least for us, this will be up and running probably next week. Okay, and there'll be an online registration process, and I'll put all the links up when I get the information. Vaccine news. I don't want to be all gloom and doom. I was told in some of the calls that within this week that 8 selected hospitals, not Cape Cod Healthcare, they're going to go to the places with the highest infection, sorry. The highest infection rates, like MGH, Mass General takes the real bad cases, the real tough ones, those places, they're going to be doing that to their healthcare, then it's going to trickle its way around. Hopefully we can get ours done and sometime weeks after that. From there, you're going to do long-term care and first responders. They'll probably be done in tandem. And then, we're beginning discussions. We have an emergency dispensing site. It's the high school. It was start back with after 9/11. The state wanted us to have it for anthrax scares that we were having, so that we have one. But it's not really practical to have the high school shut down for 6 weeks while we do a clinic. Since depends on how the vaccine comes to us. We did, if you remember, about a couple months ago, we did the flu clinic at the Gus Canty and Senior Center. We could probably do 500 a day out of there, practicality. So that might be a sufficient place depending on the vaccine comes. If we need something larger, a place like what we're currently doing as a test site over at the fairgrounds might be the place to do it as well. Then you have to, figure out the way to do 2 people 28 days apart and then sort of manage that. So this, stuff that we got to start, we're working on it, and we'll get there when the time comes. So, the vaccine should start flowing at some point, and that's what we're hoping for. As a recap, obviously everything's increasing, especially statewide. We're doing it pretty quickly ourselves. Hopefully it flattens out. And there's been times where I thought we were really going to start on an increase and we flattened out, and let's just hope that happens. We have a new testing site, but there is a couple things. The VNA and the CTC is the state, the VNA. So if the VNA can't take a case or if it's off hours, the CTC does the contact tracing. Both of them didn't send separate emails that they're having issues statewide, and the VNA would be local, of getting a hold of people that are positive. All right, so please answer the calls and allow us to do the contact tracing, because that's been an issue. What we've also done at the health department is contact tracing takes about 45 minutes. It's a long, detailed process. If we see gaps in any of these contact tracing, people haven't responded, we're taking the initiative to make the call, but we're not going to go through the 45 minutes. I just need to know the details, like, do you have kids in school? Where do you work? So even though we might make double calls that the VNA hasn't gotten to yet, or the CTC, that especially the CTC has had delays in calling people back just because they take care of the entire state. And so when the state goes up at this level, so we've jumped in, Kathy, Gwen, and myself, and Sherry in my office, and we've been jumping in and trying to fill the gaps where I see missing information. So when I'm on Maven checking the cases, if I happen to see some gaps or why this person hasn't responded, or they might be lost to follow up, we like to give it another try to get a hold of the individual. Contact tracing the people have not been as forthcoming as they were early in the pandemic. Part of it has to do with age. A lot of 25-year-olds may not want to tell you that, their 6 friends need to be quarantined. So, any other issue that we've been noticing is people have said they've had symptoms, mild symptoms, didn't think it was COVID, ends up being COVID. We don't want that either. So there's plenty of places to get tested, so please get tested. So sorry to be a little doom and gloom, but it is what it is right now. And any questions?
Yes, Sam, go ahead.
Yes, I listened in on the Cape Cod Reopening Task Force this past Friday, and a couple of things surfaced. One of which, I'm trying to remember her name. I think it was Vera Herrick. is the epidemiologist that's putting together a lot of the statistics on the infections here on Cape Cod. Of course, their objective is to try to get businesses opened up and look at where the hot spots are in terms of transmission. The one thing that jumps out in looking at her statistics is that most of the transmissions are actually taking place in family households now. And like in the school environment, it's like 1/10 of the level of transmissions. And that's the first time I'd seen that statistic. And I think that's very informative in terms of people protecting themselves and understanding where they're most likely to get infected. And I know it bothers me when I get together, even with my 30-year-old children, that I know they're off living their lives, and you're just not quite sure where they might have picked it up and therefore brought it to you. So we do the mask wearing even when we're around our families, which is in very small amount and in small numbers. So I just wanted to mention that and find out whether you've seen that same trend here in Falmouth specifically. And then I have one other thing that I wanted to mention. I brought up the issue of in vaccination, when people come in and get vaccinated, then they need to come back for that second dose. How do we prompt them to come back, and how do we track them so that they do come back and we don't waste that first dosage? And there was no answer among the people, both the county level and the various municipalities, in terms of a tracking system that would allow us to do that. And it occurred to me that, once I got vaccinated, if I wanted to travel and have some kind of, certificate essentially that I'd been vaccinated, how is that established? Have you seen anything in that regard? So there's two little issues there that I wanted to raise as a result of that meeting.
All right. Well, the first one's the schools. It's pretty clear in the data. It started with Rhode Island coming out with 100,000 kids in person, having half the cases that 50,000 kids that were remote had. We see it in the schools. Any positive has been vastly more remote children than in person. So the whatever the state came up with and DESE came up with was highly effective compared to general life outside of school. Okay,
Yeah.
so definitely the controlled environment seems to be working. There's no doubt about it. The uncontrolled environment is what it is, and that's why you're going to see an increase. And we haven't even seen the tip of the iceberg on Thanksgiving and what that did. You'll start to see that data. Starting to probably see it now, but even more so midweek to late week this week and into next week, you'll start seeing what the effects are of getting together. Yes, household has by far been the main issue. It's not been going shopping to get your groceries or going to get to the pharmacy. That's not. It's been the shock that and a lot of people are shocked when they do because they never really thought or something like that they thought it wasn't going to happen to them or something of that nature. But yeah, it's getting together. It's just smaller groups, smaller gatherings, but a lot of them more so than before are causing it. So there's not super spreader events that are sort of happening in the general population that we've been able to determine. And as far as getting the 30 to 28 days or whatever it happens to be, I mean, there's software programs that track it. You'd get a appointment, when you go get a dentist and they print out that little thing on the computer that says your next appointment's on such and such a date. They'll get that. Now, it's a wasted dose if they don't come back.
Right.
It's a wasted dose. And that's going to happen at some point. Hopefully you keep the percentage low because they're not considered vaccinated without the double. I don't know necessarily why somebody would do that. The things always happen when you're dealing with 25,000 people that want the dose out of the 32,000, making up a number. There's going to be a certain percentage of the 25,000 that aren't going to come back for whatever reason.
I think you raise a good point, Scott, which is that it's not like they would get a dose and just, hey, hope we see you in 28 days. You would get your next appointment at that time, and either you get a reminder like you do with the doctor's appointment that comes via email or text, and obviously there's software that does that, that we would have to look into utilizing.
Yeah.
Could you just speak?
Can I just add one thing?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So
Yep.
Setting up a clinic outside with the police details and cones and all that stuff, that's easy. it's going to be the manning the ship, and not everybody's going to be able to get online to register, so you're going to have somebody there at the phone banks. It really can't be the health department. We get 1,000 calls a day to begin with. We just can't be trying to fill them in. So we're going to need to have some people sitting here answering the phones and using it. And it could be as simple as an Excel spreadsheet. Those things work fabulous. It doesn't have to be anything elaborate. That's how we did the flu clinic, but it has to be something. And even the phone call, it has to be phone calls back. So at the end of the day, we didn't see 2 or 3 people, 5 people or 8 people that was supposed to come. We're going to have to call them. We're going to have to.
Is there going to be some kind of state level or national level registry that shows that you have been vaccinated in either 1 and 2 doses?
No one has mentioned that at all to me.
Okay.
It hasn't been mentioned at the state, at least as far as I know. But I haven't heard anything.
Scott, can I just ask you quickly, if you could give sort of one piece of advice, right, to the folks we know who are getting infected, what is the thing that we are not doing that we need to do to get back to, just kind of if you could simplify, I mean, I know it's not simple, but what is a simple answer that people need to do in order to get those numbers back to where they were?
Keep separate and have a decent mask. Small gather. It seems like the public gatherings, sort of like I said before, grocery stores and so forth, doesn't seem to be. I'm sure people have gotten it from going to the grocery store. It's not what I mean, but not by and large, an automatic. So simplify your life. Don't make extra trips that you don't need. Don't make extra visits that you don't need. And just try to think of how life was in, how you had it in April when everything was shut down. Because essentially we're all open, right? There's only a few things you can't do. I can't go to my Patriots games. I've had season tickets for 27 years, can't go. There's certain things that you can't do, right? But for the by and large, 90% of what we could do is open now, and you have to wear a mask in the distance. So, starting to think about minimizing it, starting to think about minimizing, 4 trips to 4 different places, and maybe, as much visitation as you have to, and start thinking. You have to start thinking that the disease is here. It really almost wasn't here all summer long, right? When you get 5 cases out of 2,000 people, it's basically non-existent here, but it's existing now. So you have to kind of think like you did in April with the precautions that you had, and that you may have forgotten or not done it quite the same, because we had a really good summer and early fall. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
Doug Jones, your hand was up.
Yeah, Scott, way early on in your presentation, I couldn't remember what you said about, was it 1 or 2 long-term care places that were having an outbreak?
One main one, the Atria, a 339 Gifford was the primary one. There's been a couple popping in at one of the Royals, but they've had it under control. It's been a staff. So I would still add that to long term, but the 30 there is really the 22 and 9 were from Atria.
Okay. Any other questions for Scott? Go ahead, Doug Brown.
But has there been any indication from anyone of what the projected cost of the vaccine might be per person?
I'm not worried about not at this point. I'm just worried about getting given it right now. But the cost, I don't know what they're going to do with that. I don't know.
But a person who wants a vaccine will have to pay, right?
That hasn't been brought up yet. I don't necessarily know how they're going to run that yet. The money part of it has not been. Good question, because now that I think about it, all the calls I've been in haven't been talking about a price.
Okay.
But then again, we don't have any in our hands yet. So maybe they only give us, the health agents only get the information that they want to. We don't get everything. We don't get the game plan.
Mm-hmm.
So we're like the special teams coach that doesn't get the offense and defensive plays right. We just don't get. Sometimes I'm finding out early on. I was finding out the guidance maybe an hour before the general public did. I'm not lying to you. So it wasn't like we were getting a 2 days notice to prepare. It was awful early on. So
but you understand it better.
Maybe.
Explain it better anyway.
I try. So yeah.
Any other questions for Scott?
Just a thank you, Scott. It's a Herculean task.
Yeah, it's I think this is going to be the worst 8-12 weeks. It just is. The cases, they're going to have to do something. And it's just been really, once you get into this type of growth, it doesn't stop. So, be prepared that it's going to be tough. You may start seeing some curtailments at the state level on activities. We might be going back in phase. I'm not sure. No one's indicated, but,
Yeah, it's just pretty tough when you realize that the spread is happening within households. I mean, you're kind of defenseless unless you wear your mask while you're inside. And even then, there's the time issue.
Yeah, by the time you might test with the delays in testing, it's almost too late. Yes, that's what ends up happening. It's already too late. The 5 days later, you're banging out positive. I mean, the good news is it's happening in small areas. It's not happening in large, events all the time where once you get 200, you're done. And that's what's happened in Barnstable. There's a couple of spreader events that happened in that area. And look what happens now. They're averaging 350 every, so that's, almost couple hundred a week. And once you get to that point, it's just, how do you I don't even want to know how to contact trace 200 people a week. I don't.
The trickiest part about this thing is that you're the most contagious the few days before you start to show the symptoms. So
No, you're more contagious with the symptoms, with the actual
Oh, is that
coughing.
right?
Yeah, I mean, you can be up to 2 days prior.
Mhm.
You can be up to 2 days prior. That's why contact tracing goes back 48 hours.
Okay.
There's a lot of trickiness. What happens if somebody really doesn't show symptoms and they don't generally spread as well, but they could be spreading up, uh, everybody's unique. So you might be 32 years old. The first week you barely even notice a sniffle, and then you notice the next week, but that first week you didn't know, right? And then you spread it.
What is there like number one or a couple of symptoms that are the most common that are the telltale signs that you might
Well,
have?
it's chest congestion. I can guarantee you this: the loss of taste and smell can only be one thing, and that's COVID. Right? There's really no disease that I know of that's just loss of taste and smell.
And
You
that
get
always
that,
happens?
you get no, but if you get that, then you know you got COVID. So if anybody hears that and they go, "Oh my God, I just lost my taste and smell 5 minutes before Scott got on the TV," then you need to think you got COVID. Everything else can be other things, even though the flu is almost non-existent right now. So I just beg anybody: you got mild symptoms, it's easy to get a test. And the other thing is, and we do find this happening, is you can't just get a test because you've got some symptoms and start going around your business and showing up to work, right? If you got symptoms and you're waiting for a test result, I'm sorry, it does take 2-3 days for your results, but you can't be floating around. I've had a couple of that happen the last couple of weeks. And this, you can't. You gotta take your symptoms seriously.
Right.
And that's saying before, that's why the school has done such an awesome job. They've gone over the top with the symptoms. So yes, we're sending your child home with the sniffles, even though it's just maybe the sniffles. Because if you don't do it that way, you get a little lax, and then, one or two of those sniffles ends up being what you don't want. You got stuff closed down.
Yeah.
Sam? Yeah, Scott, I wanted to find out whether you're seeing this on the local level, but at least in the national news, they're reporting that there's a lot more infections occurring in the younger part of the population, from basically under 50. And those are the folks that are most active, in their everyday business life and social life. Do we see that same thing happening in Falmouth?
Yeah, I mean it's not. I mean, it's plenty of 60-year-olds, plenty of 70-year-olds. I mean, there's plenty of 23-year-olds and 13-year-olds. I mean, when you get under 10, they don't generally show it. So they tend to be very asymptomatic and they don't spread. They're not actually good spreaders, and that's why you see the younger grades do so well. Um, it it I would say we match what the state is. When I showed you that chart, that under the age of 50 would be primary. But if you're working at a long-term care facility and you've got some symptoms and you go to work anyway, and then you get 30 cases and 5 in the hospital before you know it. I mean, that happens within 48 hours. We had all that happen. It doesn't. It's not good.
Scott, thank you so much. And if people just, we're hearing this advice, which is get a good mask. There are so many masks out there. I mean, you can't go into any store now without finding masks and sanitizer. So it's not like when this thing first happened and you couldn't find anything. There are so many different masks available.
So one of the things the governor did recently is you have to have a mask everywhere. One of the things I would have done is I bought these. They come with basically this is the same filter as an N95. Right, comes with 20 filters and 4 masks for like $13. Right, so a bandana or a face guard, one of those gaiters is fine when you're running and no one's around you and everybody's got their windows rolled up. But when you're in tight spaces, this might make the difference because I've said before the viral load's important. So the amount of viral load that you start with is important. So, something simple like this, it's not an N95 mask because it doesn't have its fit test and all that stuff. But, even the blue masks for hospitals that you see most people wearing, those type of regular ones, something decent other than something lousy. All right. early on, we said throw anything on your face because we were worried to run out.
Right.
But I
There's,
would have,
there's so many now. I mean, really, they're everywhere. So
yeah.
Some of them are
Scott,
so
thank you.
tiny and they're just like more like decorative, just to, get by. I don't think that
All right,
really
so
works.
I'm going to do a little demo because I've never been they told me I couldn't be a hand model, so I'm going to be a mask model. Something like this, it's comfortable, it's cloth, I can talk through it. It's highly effective. It's even more effective than the blue ones. I bought those a few weeks ago and they're a little tougher to breathe through, and that's, because you can feel the force you got to go through that filtration. But, I bought those on Amazon for like $12, for 4 masks and 20, and I can machine wash this in 20 filters.
Yeah.
And I think that's what people want to think about doing. Get a better mask.
Right.
Good
Thank
point.
you so much, Scott. We really appreciate it. And we know it's 24/7. So we appreciate the updates, and we will see you again soon, maybe with some better news, hopefully.
Hope so. Thanks.
Thanks, Scott.
Thank you.
Take care. Okay, next we have a report, the Edward Marks Building Advisory Committee. And I know that I saw Mr. Haddad was, I don't know who's going to present for us tonight from that committee.
I suspect Ed and Barbara will likely contribute.
Just waiting to see who is coming on.
Mike Duffney in that board also?
Yes, sir. And also,
There we go.
Okay.
Are we there?
we'll let Barbara.
I see Mr. Haddad. I can hear Barbara. I see Barbara now.
Yep.
So I see Barbara
and a
and
member of the committee.
Are just the two of you coming on to present tonight?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, take it away. Welcome.
I submitted slides. I don't see them coming up.
Okay, so let's see if Thomas or Justin, I think is with us tonight. If he can load those. Hold on just a second.
Folks, all right, this is Peter.
Hi, Peter.
We did not, our IT folks did not realize that these were slides that were to be presented, but I think I have them here and I can share my screen real quick.
Great. We have them in our packet, so we've seen them. So
okay, that's what I was going to ask.
Oh yeah, yes, the board has seen all of them, but let's see. Peter's going to try and screen share, and then he can maybe, here we go. So he's going to screen share. You should be able to see.
Yep, I do.
Okay, and then you can just let him know when you want him to advance.
Yep. So this, just to point out, Nancy is new since we presented last time. This is the second update. We would have given you a half-year update, obviously, except for our friend COVID. Would you change, Peter? Next one. So I just reiterating the mission of the advisory committee that's serving. And to point out, the items in red were our original points where we were focusing, both because of time urgencies, etc. And then we've added the 2 points in blue as we look ahead to 2021. I put this in more for your at-home audience, but because I think you all are very familiar with the mission. Okay, next. Peter, yoo-hoo. Okay, so we've had a few changes. We lost 2 people, for one job related and one unfortunately died, literally. This is pre-COVID, but we gained a committee member, Jean-Pierre Rieu, who is just wonderful. I have very high regard for all of the committee members, and we're very grateful to Doug as our liaison because we have so much relevant core competencies here. Okay, can we just go to the next one, please? Okay, so last year, this is a list of what we did. If there are any questions, I take them. Otherwise, we can moved to what we're, doing now and looking at now. Any questions on this?
I think, why don't you go through and then we can do the questions at the end if anyone has any. So that way we have the whole piece in front of
Fine,
us.
that's fine, totally fine. Okay, next slide. So of course we had a plan for the year, but I'm sure you're hearing from pretty much every committee in town that there's the pre-COVID view of the world, and then there is the post-COVID. So our original goals are cited at the top, and then how we planned, past tense, to work with the town through 2020, but everything is going more slowly than we desired. Okay, Peter, moving crisply along because you guys are working late. And so our work and plans since COVID, in other words, from March through to where we are right now, changed, and what I put in here in red are the sort of annotations, if you will, of where we got to with actual work. And so there's actual work, things that we actually did accomplish. And then we have the things that we bumped into that are just going much more slowly for a host of reasons, none of them pertaining to any individuals, but it's all much slower than we had originally anticipated. And that brings us, to the sort of, okay, here we are at the end of 2020, and originally our charter, our mission, was supposed to be accomplished right now. And then at some prior juncture this year, we hear from Doug that I guess the select board was offering dates further into the future, appreciating that across committees everything has been held up. So our current mission, can I get 2021, please, Peter? Is he there? Oh, thank you. It's coming. Here we go. So so right now, speaking from the vantage point of your having offered 5 extra months to the end of May, we have expectations only for the first half of the year. And let me see, what do I want to mention here? The big hiccup is around HVAC plans, both from the town's point of view and our point of view. There's just a lot of complexity of what we should do and can do in an historic building, particularly because this is a building that has what we call an interior preservation restriction as well as an exterior. So things are supposed to be done in a way that is useful, of course, but sympathetic to the history of the building. We are awaiting the town being able to issue an RFP. This is one of the slow-moving items, and we're behind our original estimate. So once we get a historic preservationist to work on this historic structure report, that we're looking at April now as best case for that effort to start. At the same time, what we've done inside our small committee is to take a look at being able to parallel process, if you will. We're not sitting back and saying, okay, HVAC is complex, it's going to take a while, blah, blah, blah. We want to get started in parallel on a restoration plan for the exterior, so that at a point where we can go for monies to help funding opportunities on the streetscape of the building, we're not starting from square one. We will have a clearly articulated exterior plan and and have identified where we think we can get some money. In addition, we hope to what the town would be interested in doing. We really see that there is an opportunity here for the safe reconstruction and renovation of the whole town. So what I'm here tonight to ask you, last slide. There we go. I'm not sure it was visible nor conscious at the time when the select board appointed us, but this is a complex project stretching over likely several years, given, this is what I'm pointing out, given the reality of funding cycles. If we had a bucket into which we could dip for each stage, but we have to operate differently, which is at each stage, we have to go out for monies, find the money, hopefully be granted the money, and then there's a delay even then between, yes, you've been awarded the money and the money's actually appearing so that they can be actionable. We feel that because of the complexity of the project, we're looking for the select board to appreciate that we're going to require a dedicated project manager at some juncture. Peter Johnson-Staub has been helpful to us, but we need more inside town hall attention, or someone charged under the general contractor. We're not at this point fussed about who that is. We feel that if the advisory group is taken seriously, there's an opportunity for the town to be a strategic investment for this coming century, not just a place to house a department, and relatively near-term tactical way. And we feel that there are direct contributions that we can make to the town and to the planning and execution of making that happen. And so unspoken on this slide is we're asking you to revisit pushing completion of our mission out. And I think that's where the dialogue starts.
Great. Thank you. Is that it, Barbara?
Yep.
Wonderful. Thank you. Appreciate you putting that presentation together and going through it.
Whoops.
You're on mute.
Audio, Megan. Audio.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No problem.
Just saying thank you, Barbara, for putting that into the committee, for putting that together, and for moving through that swiftly. And I just want to open it up to the board for any comments or questions at this juncture. And just jump right in. Go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, comment. I mean, I think it's inevitable that we're going to see this project delayed perhaps several different times. It's just too complicated, and Barbara's correct. We see the same sort of funding problems and reliant on action by state level organizations, Mass Cultural Council, or similar types of organizations. So I don't think we can expect to be able to set a deadline on this project, but recognize that the complexity of it is going to cause that to be variable. Not that we shouldn't, challenge ourselves. We should, and I thank the working group here for their efforts. But that's my perspective. And then put COVID on top of it.
Exactly.
Yeah. Doug Brown, did you have your hand up?
No, I didn't, but I'm in agreement with Sam. This committee, if they're willing to serve longer, I think they'll probably need more extension time. Although they've been trying hard to meet every other week, and at first we came out of the gate pretty fast, but the conditions have interfered, and it's just been,
And you need some additional members to help
one
carry.
more, I think.
Well, we're chartered for 7 people and we have 6 at present, and we would definitely like a 7th. I think we have terrific talent on the construction contracting side. We have 3 people on the committee with highly relevant experience, including experience with the building itself. It would be ideal if we could find someone prepared to serve who's coming back at it from the history and preservation
Right.
side of it for
Yeah.
balance.
Yeah. And that was really the role that, Corey kind of filled out, that we don't have at present. And so, I know that that's been something that, we've been, you've been concerned about and have raised that issue. Ed, did I see I can't see everybody's full body. So, Ed, did you have your hand up? Yeah, go ahead.
I did. I just want to ask two questions. I just want to make sure that everyone understands, which is that our important first step is this historic structures report. Does everyone understand what that is and what the value of that report is? I guess I'll throw that question out to the select board, because that's really our roadmap for what we're going to do going forward. Until we get that done, and that's where we're kind of hung up right now, is until we get that, the future is unclear to us, because this is going to tell us what we need to do. It's going to help us with funding and really tactical steps forward. So I just want to make sure everyone understands this very important first step.
And in order to get that, we need to have the RFP to go out for that. So that's sort of, the broad piece, and then the narrow to do is the RFP for that.
Yeah.
And so
which is 90% done, just needs to be reviewed and sent out.
Done, yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
great. That's good. I mean, that's a real tangible step. And as you said, everything else kind of flows from that.
After that, correct.
Yeah. Was there another piece, Ed? You said two things. I think was there another piece?
No, I think the point is that we really have made a lot of progress. As Barbara, I know Barbara went through the presentation quickly just for the sake of time. But we really have a very, very strong committee, and I just want to compliment them because they have done a lot of work, and they've been very diligent in meeting. We tried to meet every 2 weeks when it made sense, and I just want to highlight the committee really and Barbara's leadership for keeping us focused and together, because everyone takes this project very seriously.
Yeah.
And I think when it gets done, not if it gets done, when it gets done, it really is going to be a showcase for the town at that end of town, especially.
Yep. So what I would say is sort of the two action items for tonight would be getting that RFP out, and then also publishing, advertising for another member, maybe highlighting that need for somebody with that particular skill set that might be out there in that field of historic preservation, really being a little bit more focused in on that. Is that fair to say?
Yep, that'd be great.
Any other questions from Sam? Go ahead.
Yeah, if I could my thoughts were going the same way that yours were, Megan, but you kind of hinted that we need some kind of a potential clerk of the works to kind of oversee the progress of this. Is the contractor that would do the historic structures report likely to be that kind of a person?
No.
Oh.
No.
Okay.
That
person
is an historic preservationist, so they're used to going into a building and analyzing what's there, and then making quite a range of recommendations that can relate to everything from the soundness of the structure to its finishing details, find historical information in archives we haven't plumbed. So it's more academic, Sam, as opposed to what we need, which is kind of a one-person ownership to whom we can turn and report and somebody to help move things along.
do you have a job description for that kind of a person?
No, but we can work one up. We'd be delighted.
Well, I think that would be a tangible piece of paper to share with us.
Okay.
Great. Thank you.
All right.
Go ahead, Julian. Julian, I'm going to let you make a comment. As I noted, because I'm on my phone, I've had it plugged in the whole time, but it's really taxing on the battery. I'm down to 1%. So I'm going to have, before I lose everybody mid-sentence, Doug Brown is going to take over for a little bit while I try to find a better charger. This is a fun night of challenge.
I just wanted to emphasize that we have some in-house capability within the town and expertise within the town without the need to request and set aside additional funding for a minor remodeling project. It does have some significant elements, particularly HVAC, but once a contract is awarded, we do have considerable in-house to monitor, ensure that it's done properly.
I think that maybe the term project manager wasn't exactly the right term for the person. I mean, Corey Pacheco filled the role really well, and we're kind of, I think,
apologize, I'm having
technical issues.
We could tell.
connectivity
I
problem.
see your
perhaps.
picture's frozen there. So I think that what we're in need of, this committee, I think, is in need of is just a person in town hall that's kind of Corey's replacement, whoever that might be. And I know Peter's been filling the role, but an assistant town manager is probably
One-stop shopping.
busy.
An expediter.
That's a good word.
Exactly.
We're developing the capacity, and remember that we now have a facilities manager that's
Right.
been hired. And we also have others who are staff members in the town that have some expertise in this area. This is not a major building construction project. I just want to underscore that. There's a limited budget, and we're doing the design as we speak.
Are they able to incorporate some provisions for the second floor for mechanicals and so forth? Is that part of their scope?
Well, it's the difference, Doug, here is when Julian's saying it's a minor project, he's alluding to the tactical get it done piece that the Human Services Department needs on the first floor. If you go back to our mission, it's all about the whole building. So there's the vested interest that town hall has, obviously, in getting in that department onto the first floor and declaring victory that they're in. Our mission is supposedly to look at the whole building, and that would include productive use of the second floor. So, for example, it just came up in our last meeting that in looking at the HVAC plan, there ought to be at least a chase that goes to the second floor so that when there is remodeling of some kind done on the second floor, some infrastructure is there to ensure that we're not tearing out walls and stuff to get at services that the second floor will need.
Right. That was my question for Mr. Suso, if that design is able to be added to the.
Well, we're aware of that request, and we'll work with the designer to find the appropriate way to accommodate that.
Great, thank you.
Can I just mention that I've seen the mini split technology used now. It's a heat pump system in historic restaurants, literally restaurants built in the early 1800s. And it's just, it makes it so easy for them to accommodate heating and ventilating needs, because a lot of that structure, if you will, can run in fairly modest conduits up the outside, and the units are above windows and in inconspicuous state. And you don't have to run the kind of plumbing that you needed to do for hot water systems.
That's the system that's being designed now.
Yeah.
Good.
That's what's under consideration right now, Sam.
Good.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, in that case, thank you very much for your attention to this, and know that we will be looking to you at some hopefully reasonably soon future date to tell us how much you will at this juncture extend the group's work, so that we feel as though we have the latitude to keep on going. It's hard to ramp up for just the next 5 months.
Well, I would move that we extend the deadline, the soft deadline, until the end of 2021.
I'm not sure we have that in the agenda. Is that Would that be okay to do that? I don't think so.
Okay.
It's not on your
I
agenda.
think you have to,
You had that for the
Yeah,
Coastal
we'll have to do that
Resiliency
at a
Road.
later
You
meeting.
need to
Right.
place that independently on the
Understood.
agenda.
I just don't want it to fall off your plates, that's all.
Right.
Well, then let that just be a request that it goes on our next agenda.
Right.
Yes, sir. Okay, well, if there's nothing else, I'll thank you very much for the report and we'll go on to our next subject.
Right, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I got to reopen my iPad. Hold on a second. And I guess the update on fire stations is next then? Mr. Suso, did you want to?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair. I've given the board a brief report on proposed new fire station, and you have that written report with your packet. I can briefly touch on that, and pleased to have Fire Chief Tim Smith join us as well for a little update on that involves the West Falmouth Fire Station, and also the little status update on the replacement fire engine, which is before the town meeting as part of our capital plan at the end of January when they reconvene. First, as the board's aware, the Citizens Committee on the new fire station location made their presentation recently with the recommendation that the new the replacement fire station should focus on the north central area, but commonly referred to generally as Hatchville. Instructed in the mission statement provided by the board, this was based upon analysis of 3 years of actual fire department run data as provided by McGrath Consulting, working closely with the fire department. I've been involved in an internal review with appropriate staff members of the multiple alternative locations suggested for consideration. Not surprisingly, this internal review has revealed significant challenges related to each of the identified alternatives. At this time, it appears that the optimum alternative in that area is on Sandwich Road at the vacant corner of the 14-acre parcel, which includes the existing Sandwich Road fields, and which is, quote, under the jurisdiction and control of the Board of Selectmen as per the town meeting action in acquiring the property on November 18th, 2002. As we know, this single new fire station is included in the board's adopted capital plan. I'll be continuing my work with town council, the finance director, Fire Chief Smith, and others as we move forward affirmatively in this important process, and we'll be reporting regularly to the board. That's the status on the new station. You also have, as part of your packet, the summary staffing sheets for both October and November provided by Chief Smith. And I've made some notations there for the relative percentages in staffing for both days and nights for the 2 shifts each day, and the percentages. And you see the variation for October and November. And I can defer to Chief Smith for his comments. I would make one other observation, and that is you will note that in the critical nighttime shifts covering all nighttime hours at the West Falmouth Station in October, 65% of all those shifts were staffed, and in November, 60% of all the night shifts were staffed. Day shift, as we have acknowledged, has been a bit more challenging, but the critical night shifts have had a very high level of staffing, and we appreciate the assistance of the firefighters union in securing and working that voluntary overtime to allow that to continue to occur. Mr. Vice Chairman, if I could just clarify one other item before passing the microphone to Chief Smith. I think there's been some continued misconception that someone or anyone is suggesting closure for the West Falmouth Station. That has never been proposed. The new 5th fire station, on all the documents and public meetings we've had with the board, has made it clear that only upon the completion of construction of a new 5th fire station would the formal operations at the West Falmouth Station be ended and allow the new 5th station to provide a better level of town-wide coverage as demonstrated by McGrath Consulting in that report that was done, looking at 3 years of run data. Until that time, working with Chief Smith, we're going to continue every effort to maintain the station.
Your internet has gone
That
off.
is consistent with the reports we've been providing you. Having said that, if it's
Julian, we're not hearing most of what you're saying. It's only intermittent. I think you're frozen right now. Maybe we should let Tim go ahead for a minute because I think your connection is gone. Hi, Tim.
Good evening again. Yeah, I will comment on the run data that Mr. Suso referred to. And yes, we've had challenges for October and November. As you noted, we've had a little more consistency with obtaining staffing for the nighttime shifts. The daytime has been a challenge. November has been obviously less than October, and we're early on into October, so we'll see how that proceeds. It should be noted that we're still having ongoing issues with our staffing levels as a result of current vacancies that we have. The other thing that should be noted is that these are the times of the year where we see more time off requests because of the holidays. We also have personnel that may be out sick. We have long-term personnel issues with regards to them being out for injury-related issues or administrative, and that also adds to our staffing levels being where they're at. I can report that we've been in the process of hiring and proceeding with the recent hiring of 6 individuals that will be going to the fire academy at the end of December. We're also in the process of holding interviews next week to work to fill the 9 vacancies that we currently have. And of those 9 vacancies, those are part of the 8 override positions. So we're in process of trying to get all these positions filled that we have, but it is a little bit of a cumbersome task because of COVID, and also having these interviews, especially for these upcoming individuals, and getting them through the process that's required of us to have the medical, psychological, and then physical agility tests. And then after that's all done, pass background checks and such, after they've been given an opportunity to accept a position here, then we have to wait for academy time. So it's been a little drawn out, but I think we're on a more optimistic track right now. And those increased staffing numbers will obviously affect the staffing at Station 4 in West Falmouth. The more regular staffing that we have, then we can move them over so that we're not dependent on overtime. We're not there yet, but I think that we're on a much better track than we were when I was able to address that with the board some time ago. So we're still, optimistic as far as our hiring practices with our personnel, and as they become available, then they are stepping up. It's been very difficult for them as well because a lot of personnel are being held to staff the regular shifts because of the minimum staffing agreement that we have with the local. So I think all in all, it's been a challenge right across the board, but I think that we're moving forward in a more positive direction, and it will take a little bit of time, but we're getting there.
Tim, if I could ask, what's our total staff number if we were fully staffed, and where are we at now? How many down are we?
So, well, the 6 positions that we have right now that we have filled are as a result of resignations and retirements that happened in the last year. Then we also had an additional resignation this past September, September, October, and we're attempting to fill these 8 positions. So all told, as I stated, we'll be at some point at the 72 or 74 person level when we're all done with the hiring process. And that includes after January 1st, when we have the approval for the 2 additional persons in our budget. So after January, we'll be hiring an additional 2 personnel. And at that time, we'll be able to utilize hopefully a new refreshed list from civil service after they've conducted their exams. So after we finally are able to achieve filling all these positions, we should have at least, right now we have 14 at a minimum. We will have 18 or 19 per shift. And that'll allow us to adequately staff the West Falmouth station and also to add additional personnel into other stations that we determine, could utilize the additional manpower because of their activity.
So the total staff number is 72 now, and it'll be 74 after
It'll be up, yeah. So for our line personnel, after we get all done with the hiring, we'll be about the 72 to 74 level. But right now we're short because of the 8. So we consider the 8 as part of our current vacancies because we're in the process of hiring. So we're down. So right now we've been able to fill the 6 positions. We have 9 openings right now. And then after January, we'll have an additional 2 that we're going to fill. So all told, we had quite a bit of hiring that we had to, to undertake to start filling these vacancies that have been created because of this past year with the retirements and resignations. And then, moving forward with, the 8 override positions and then the 2 after January.
Okay. So you feel that, what do you think the time frame is for having enough staff that we can really actually man this West Falmouth station?
On a regular basis, I wouldn't be able to put a time frame on it because as Scott McGann noted, any increase in COVID issues, especially when it comes to the academy, we have our personnel going with the end of this month, and then we have 1 additional that's going in January. If they have any problems there, then that delays us getting them back here. As it stands, it's a 10-week program, and they're not going to be coming back till March, April. So once they get back into the department, then we can start doing the orientation. So by, possibly by, May, June, we'll start to see more staff added to our shifts. And then we will be less dependent upon overtime to regularly staff that station. However, anything can happen. We can have, additional personnel that are, have an injury or something, they're out long term. Again, that affects our daily staffing as well, and and anything in the future.
Of course.
So fingers crossed that we can continue to. Our staff has been, even with all this COVID that's going on, we've had our scares, we've had our instances, but our personnel are working through it. They are ensuring their protection and the protection of others at the station. They are, obviously being exposed out in the community when they have to respond, but they're well protected, wearing the proper equipment, and they're minimizing their exposures. And by doing that, that's allowing us to continue to keep our complement stable as best as possible.
Right. Megan, you're back.
Yeah, but go ahead, Doug, since you started, and I don't know right where we're at, so please go ahead.
Okay, so far we were just talking about staffing levels and ability to cover West Falmouth Station. That looks like that might not happen until April, May timeframe because we're so severely understaffed right now. So, as far as the McGrath report, when we first contracted them, and I already had preconceived notions of them telling us where this new station was going to go over here, halfway between North and West Falmouth somewhere, and that we were going to just take care of that and we're going to be all set. And then when I looked at that map and that huge red zone of Hatchville, which should have been obvious, I guess, it makes me think that the new location for the fire station, it would be only fair if it went to to Hatchville, rather than doing the shared station. At a meeting we had recently, Doug Jones pointed that it would be wise of us and I agree with him, to build both stations at the same time, because we have this 5-station model. And to try to keep West Falmouth open when we build the new the Hatchville station is kind of, it's a 5.5-station model, sort of. And I'm interested to know if there's a way we can sustain that for a while until it's time to build the new northwest combination station, or if we should go with Doug's idea and try to do both at the same time because of the limited staffing. Mr. Suso? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I can, I just want to affirm that from the McGrath report, they identified the existing North Falmouth station as being functional and effective, and that we continue to provide a very high level of service from that station for the foreseeable future, unlike the West Falmouth station, which is functionally well beyond its useful life. And again, that was part of the evaluation, and with the leadership of Chief Smith and adding additional full-time staffing to the North Falmouth station, which it can accommodate, we're going to provide an enhanced level of service to all of the Northwest from that station. And again, the McGrath study, you will recall, surprisingly indicated that the existing North Falmouth location, even though it's limited as to further expansion, was surprisingly close to the optimum location identified based on 3 years of call loading. So that was another surprise to all of us. That was revealed by the actual run data.
Right. So I'm not disagreeing with that, but my point is North Falmouth Station is way out here at the very tip of Falmouth. I mean, we're almost at the Bourne line, and it's a long way for backup if the North Falmouth Station is fighting a fire. The other station, even the Hatchville Station, is pretty far away. And I think the West Falmouth Station is not too far from an optimal location as well. So my point is,
that's not what McGrath concluded.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying.
With all due respect, McGrath concluded West Falmouth Station was the only station that was located inappropriately, given the call loading, their analysis of 3 years of call loading. Our 3 basic stations were almost spot on. North Falmouth was remarkably close to the appropriate location. West Falmouth was ill located to provide townwide service reasonably. Again, that's in the McGrath report. That's not my conclusion.
Right.
We have to be very clear as what we're talking about is that if we build a new station in Hatchville, we're closing West Falmouth. And so the West Falmouth residents do have a right to be concerned. We're not going to run 6 stations. We're not going to build a new one in Hatchville and at the same time keep West Falmouth running. That once we build the Hatchville and it's open, we're closing West Falmouth.
And I don't honestly, I mean, I'm no fireman, but I just don't see how a station in Hatchville really helps the people in West Falmouth. And it seems like a long ride to North Falmouth. It just doesn't seem like a good plan to me.
Just keep in mind that all ambulance service in West Falmouth doesn't come from West Falmouth. Never has. It comes from North Falmouth. North Falmouth, secondarily, headquarters station or Woods Hole. So all that we've been running out of West Falmouth is a fire truck and not paramedic level rescue service with a rescue squad.
Mm-hmm.
So we sort of need to keep that in mind as a backdrop.
But the fire truck still does rescue if they have to, right?
Well, I'll leave that comment to Chief Smith as to how effective a fire truck is compared to a rescue squad for paramedic level service.
Currently, our ambulances, have, either basic, medical equipment on it and is available to provide first responder duties. And obviously when our ambulances are, utilized, they have advanced life support equipment and obviously conduct transport. So we have paramedic level services on each of our ambulances. Not to say that even right now, if one of our ambulances out, and for example, in the East Falmouth part of town. If the ambulance is out on a call, that's that engine that's there now, which is staffed because we've added additional personnel, can respond and provide care. In West Falmouth, when it's staffed, obviously with that engine goes out, it can provide care and it awaits an ambulance. And I think some of the response times that you see that have been provided to you, the average response time, that's where you'll see the the run times being what they are, is because it's waiting for an ambulance from either the north or the center part of town, or in some instances it could be coming from Woods Hole or East Falmouth. So again, as we continue to improve our staffing, then that station will be manned until the disposition of West Falmouth is made, and we'll continue to provide coverage in that area.
Right. Nancy?
So, can I just ask, I have two questions. One is, Tim, the firemen are responding to a higher percentage of medical issues rather than fire. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Okay, so that's my first point. So I'm wondering, and I'm just playing, just kind of thinking this through, why wouldn't we in the meantime have some kind of a rescue vehicle out at West Falmouth? I'm just asking the question. And then the second question is, if the truck at West Falmouth were to go, what would we replace it with?
Right now, if that engine that's assigned to that station was to go out of service, I wouldn't have any apparatus to put into that station. By putting an ambulance, or what was suggested at a town meeting, an SUV, that may provide some medical response. But if there was a fire in that area, those personnel are pulling up in an SUV or an ambulance, and that doesn't, and you put our personnel into a very it's a concern for them, and it's a concern for me that they would be arriving and be unable to do anything because they're in an ambulance or an SUV. And that's what we right now, by having that fire engine there, it's a dual purpose vehicle for that area. All the other apparatus and all the other stations, West Falmouth, is just a single engine company or single engine station. Woods Hole headquarters, East Falmouth and North Falmouth all have dual apparatus, so they either have the engine or the ambulance available. And I wouldn't want to put our personnel in a precarious position in West Falmouth by putting them in anything other than what they have right now, which has been fire engine.
Well, maybe now we're getting a comment on the chat here from somebody, I'm not sure who it is, but if you're outside the call loading, you're in trouble. With the unlikelihood of a new station not being constructed for 3 to 5 years, the new fire truck should be compatible with all the stations. We should move away from the larger tanker truck and consider moving towards a mini pumper attack truck. This would allow both fire and medical response. So I was kind of thinking something similar to that. Why not a smaller truck that can fit in West Falmouth, so we're able to maintain that for at least a couple more years, because we know we're not going to be building a station right away.
So I guess,
Doug, Chief,
Yes.
just before you answer, we talked about this at another meeting where we need to have folks who are in the chat for just as if you would be at our normal meeting. Please identify your first name, because the public record really should show, just as it would if we were in person. You would get up and you would say, my name is
Absolutely.
Braga, Precinct 8. So I know you can't do that with your sign-in name, but in your chat, please say who you are and what precinct, so that we can clearly identify that for the public record. Sorry to interrupt, Chief. I just wanted to
Good
make
point.
sure
Thank
people
you.
know to do that. Thanks.
historically, we've always been, especially since about 2009, when Chief Broder was in charge and Chief Sullivan, we started to work on a design for new apparatus that would serve our community for 20 years or more. And unfortunately, they should be 20 years or less, but that's what we've had, because we have included apparatus replacement planning throughout the last 2 decades. So within our capital improvement plan and our request, we have tried to continue maintaining a good fleet replacement right along, whether it was the apparatus, the fire engines, the ladder truck, the ambulance as well. And we've tried to be very diligent about our purchases and our design. Current apparatus that we have right now we've been using the same model since 2009. And the apparatus is standardized, it's customized, and it right now serves our personnel well because of increased safety features that are with modern apparatus, but also all the resources that we need on scene, including the tools and hose and other equipment that's necessary for us to conduct our operations. Each truck is virtually similar in design. It might have something different, and it's based on the age between the vehicles. We might make a little addition here or there, but if you were to look at each of our apparatus, they're all the same. I've heard the request about a little mini pumpers or other smaller sized vehicles to try and fit in that station. But, I wanted to share that in the early 90s, we had 2 fire trucks that used to come out of the front of the fire station on Main Street, 1929 building. One was a ladder truck and one was a fire engine. They were side by side, maybe about 10 inches between the two, 10, 12 inches between the two. The ladder truck at that point in the early 90s began to fail to the point where it needed to be replaced. The fire chief at that time went out and looked at a comparable ladder to purchase for the town to support our operations, because we need an aerial ladder because of specific size buildings. It helps with our ISO ratings. And he went out and looked for a ladder truck, not one that was going to fit in the headquarters station, but a ladder truck that was required to conduct, like I stated, to then support our operations and to serve the community. And the only 2 stations that ladder could be fit into was the East Falmouth station or the Woods Hole station. It was ultimately stationed in Woods Hole. And eventually, when the renovations took place on Main Street, it was returned. So from, say, 1991 to 2003, it was in Woods Hole. Trying to design a fire truck to go specifically into a fire station limits us in the future. If we would have put a smaller truck that was specifically designed for that station, it may have limitations because it's not as customized as these other apparatus that are more long-standing in service for us. And if the disposition of that station was such that it's going to be closed when the new 5th station is open, then we're limited with that vehicle because it's not similar in nature to all the other vehicles. And the lifespan, if it's smaller in nature and it's not as customized, may not have the lifespan as well. Smaller trucks like that are usually designed for communities that have specific needs. They might be more rural. They might have very narrow roads. Somebody mentioned, to me when we were discussing this, like cabin style roads where you're driving very far into the woods. And these vehicles are, designed for that purpose and serve that community. We have been following the same design pattern in purchase since 2009, and we are continuing on that process right now because it serves this community.
Isn't there a smaller version of the same type of vehicle that you've been using, though?
Thank you.
No?
I thought somebody was just saying something. The trucks right now that we have are, if you speak to the vendor, our vehicles right now are smaller than the larger customized trucks that you see. And we've done everything to try and ensure that they are a little more accommodated in the stations that we have, because of when we pull out of the stations for turning radiuses and such. So we've done everything we can to try and improve the apparatus. And the other thing is that, as I stated, the safety component of these larger apparatus have roll bar, within the cab. They provide more safety for our personnel. They have more, impact resistant structures. seating that allows for better seatbelt restraints, including the air packs that the firefighters wear when they're driving. So part of these design is a higher safety factor that is not as readily available in the smaller vehicles that you're speaking about.
So Doug, could I just jump in and bring a couple of, I know that Todd Taylor and Maury Harlow Hawks had both asked to be allowed to speak on this matter. So they should be present in the attendees if we could promote Mr. Taylor.
Can I ask Chief Smith, what is the physical limitation for the West Falmouth station to have a bigger truck? Is there a way we could add on to the building to make it adaptable to a bigger truck?
That would be
Costly, but
that would be beyond my expertise. I'd have to say that I would defer it to Mr. Suso, and you know, that's an engineering issue.
Yes, Mr. Suso.
Yeah, the board may recall within the past 5 years, we both lowered the concrete floor of the West Falmouth station and some excavations there with the assistance of Public Works, and raised the door tolerances to be able to accommodate the last 2 fire trucks that we've housed there. So to go beyond that, and again, it's a historic building, to go beyond that would present some very costly challenges, but a redesigned configuration for that station has not been done.
Okay. Welcome, Mr. Taylor. How are you today?
Good, Doug. How are you guys doing?
Good, thanks.
Good. Go ahead.
First and foremost, congratulations to Chief Smith. Well-deserved appointment to him. Very happy for you, Tim.
Thank you.
I got quite a few questions, but I prepared a little bit of a speech for you guys, only because there's so much to go over and probably a little bit, not a whole lot of time. So I'm just going to read what I have, and I'll pause on a couple of paragraphs so you have a chance to respond, hopefully, as a board, to answer some of the questions. And if we have more time afterwards, I'll get into some more questions about what we've just discussed in the past 15 minutes or so. So most of you know me as, I'm a lifelong resident of Falmouth. I've served many years as a firefighter in this community. Many of the years I was assigned to the West Falmouth Fire Station. I responded to hundreds of calls to help residents of the village, both to fire-related incidents and medical emergencies. Unless you served as a firefighter, it may be hard to understand just how critical a rapid response to achieve a successful outcome to an emergency. Fires burn hot and faster in today's world. You only have 3 to 5 minutes to escape a house fire. Survival of a serious cardiac incident is greatly enhanced by the quick arrival of an EMT or a paramedic with life-saving equipment. This is what we used to have in West Falmouth. Unfortunately, because of the redeployment plan, and contrary to the town manager's statement to the contrary, most days the station is closed. The rapid response to emergencies is a thing of the past. I ask why? Why would the town administration put an entire section of Falmouth in jeopardy? No arrival of fire resources within 3 to 5 minutes window, no arrival of an EMT or paramedic with life-saving equipment quick enough to maximize the chances of survival. I've tracked the time of arrival for a few incidences in West Falmouth over the past few months, including one where a fall caused the resident to sustain an open head wound, and it took 9 minutes for an ambulance to arrive, all within the eyesight of an empty West Falmouth station. If there was a firefighter manning that station, within 1 minute, a medical assessment would have been made and steps to control the bleeding would have been initiated. I keep asking why. It's getting cold outside. This is the season that firefighters know will result in more serious fires. Faulty heating systems, space heaters, all the things that contribute to more fires. But what do I see every day? Yes, the closed and dark station. So once again, I ask why. Maybe it's time for me to pause and ask the town manager and the members of the select board to speak to the residents of West Falmouth and tell them why there's no fire resources anymore. So I still have a little bit more to go, but I figured I'd give us a chance for a response from the board.
Well, Todd, it probably makes sense for you to, this whole meeting is a response to some of those questions. So it probably makes sense for you to go through and then everyone can kind of comment as a whole.
Okay. I also want to address the lack of planning to supply an adequate piece of apparatus for the village. This has been a long-standing problem that has been mismanaged for many years. In the years I've worked at the station, we needed to retire an old engine, replace it with a pickup truck. Yes, you heard me right, with a pickup truck. No water, no hose, no ladders. Then Mr. Suso bought an old used engine that lasted only a couple of years. So now we have a 25-year-old engine, well beyond its life expectancy for a frontline fire truck. One serious mechanical issue or failure, that truck will be history. It's not a question of if, but it's a question of when. It is the will of the residents through the override to see the station remain open until a northwest station is built. Why hasn't the town made plans to address this issue? Members of the board, the time has come to act and provide protection to the residents of West Falmouth. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd. So what I'll just do is I'll just go through and I'll ask either the chief or Mr. Suso or any members of the board if they have any comment or follow up, to Todd's letter that he just read or statement that he just read. Yep, Mr. Suso, go ahead.
Madam Chair, if the answers to all those questions have been discussed at the multiple public meetings we've held, those have all been chronicled and well covered. Also, all the information that we developed with joint meeting with the Finance Committee and discussions and information we released prior to the override, and every action the town has taken has been fully consistent with representations made to this board and by this board at your public meetings. Agreement that, as you know, Madam Chair, we negotiated with the fire union to provide volunteer overtime staffing for the West Falmouth station until such time as we had the override approved firefighters in place and fully operational so that the chief can make the command decisions that he needs to do to make certain that the station is fully staffed until the new fifth replacement fire station is constructed. So all of that has been a matter of record, has been well documented, has been in multiple public meetings, and we're going over territory that's been discussed in the past, as I believe the board is aware.
Anything else from the board or from Chief?
I have a comment now.
All right,
that
Doug Brown. Yep.
I feel like personally that I don't think that the voluntary staffing has been working. I don't think that's, 50% staffing is not what I had envisioned when we agreed to give it a try. So I'm wondering how far we are going to go with giving this a try before we revert back to some other better plan, because the residents certainly want it. And I think it's only fair and right to try to figure out a better plan.
Can you speak to that issue? Oh, go ahead, Julian, and then I just was gonna have a question for the chief. So go ahead, Julian.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm what the chief has already stated. We are proceeding as we represented many, many months ago, and as the residents of Falmouth were so good to overwhelmingly approve the first permanent override in over 30 years in this community to hire 8 permanent firefighters. As the chiefs indicated, that process is underway unless it is interrupted further at the state civil service level by the COVID-19. We hope to have those firefighters in place by the middle of the coming year. Staffing has only been temporary. That was always a concept and continues to be, and it is not the permanent solution. The override is providing that.
So Nancy, and then I had a comment. So go ahead, Nancy.
Yes, and I understand that this is a really difficult year that we're living in, and nothing seems to be, sort of going on, business as usual. So I will ask the question that I asked before in another meeting. Is it possible, and I guess I would direct this to Chief Smith, is it possible to relook at the staffing pattern so that we can staff West Falmouth until the Hatchville station is built? Because we're seeing what we've tried isn't working. And we're hearing from the residents of Falmouth that they're not willing, and I understand that they're not willing to accept 50% staffed. And, perhaps no other district in town would accept that either. So I know we're backed up. I know we're waiting to hire new people, but in the interim, is there any way to look at that pattern and staff West Falmouth?
I'm not sure I would agree that it's not working. If we look at the call volume for October, November, and the response times across the town, it actually is working exactly the way we were told it would, that we would be reducing the response times across the town wide. And the call numbers in District 4 are much lower than in District 1 and in District 3. And the numbers we have to look at. We can't put a fire station in every single community. The fire chief only has so many people to work with. And I don't see a solution that can work if we're having 2 people in every station, which is where we're required to do.
Chief Smith, could you speak to sort of 2 questions? Because Nancy was getting at one of the questions I was going to ask, which is one, looking at the staffing pattern, but maybe mine was a little bit of a different twist, which is because I do agree with Doug that, we were shortchanging a massive part of town for a long time. And we're trying to figure out how to, over time, make it equitable and as safe as possible across the 44 square miles that, you're in charge of. So the other question I would have is there any way with the staff that you have now to kind of staff at the level, but with permanent folks so in other words, not reducing from somewhere else? Do you have any ability, or is it just that you are just so short staffed that there's no way to make that happen right now?
Well, currently, as you are aware, July 1st, we changed our staffing model, and it was one that has made a dramatic change for us because we are able to see improvements because we have additional personnel at the headquarters station and the East Falmouth station based on our run volume. We also have an agreement with the union that no less than 2 personnel can be on a piece of apparatus. And the agreement that was made along with the union and the previous chief and how things have been working right now, the staffing is based on the current numbers that we have, which is the 14-person minimum. Anything beyond that, then we can deploy additional personnel. The town has agreed to utilize voluntary overtime, and I'm not indifferent to any of the citizens of the community with regards to any concerns that they may have. But it was said, and it is true, our resources are very limited right now, and we're doing the best we can to manage our responses townwide, not one particular area. At any given time, even the headquarters station, which had 6 personnel, could have all their personnel out on simultaneous calls. And now other vehicles or other apparatus has to come in to support the center of the town. Same goes to East Falmouth. If both those units are committed, then the next nearest apparatus or ambulance is coming from either headquarters or North Falmouth. This happens fairly regularly, and that's just a part of public safety response. We're trying to move our personnel based on call volume. I can't predict where the emergency is going to be, but we're managing it the best we can. And in time, with the additional staffing, then we can staff the West Falmouth station. But in the long and short of it, right now, the current personnel levels that I have, we can't staff Station 4 without having the voluntary personnel. And if I move a personnel out of Station 5, then it drops. Say, for example, if we move the person out of Station 5 and took the person out of headquarters, then again, that diminishes the staffing in those two stations. But in particular, East Falmouth, when that station is down to 3, the apparatus can go out with 3 personnel, but the minute the ambulance goes out, I have to send all 3. So that means that station is unstaffed. And it has the second highest call volume in town. So right now, by virtue of the agreements that were made, we are seeing the improvements townwide with improved response because of the staffing that was made on July 1st.
So just to clarify, it's an issue of the number of bodies, not of the, in other words, if there were funding for it, that's not the issue. The issue is the number of bodies and where the staffing is putting the bodies now, correct?
Correct. If, again, and I know it's a broken record. This was going on when Chief Small was trying to deal with it during prior to July 1st. And we've been dealing with it since then. The testing for new personnel to have a refreshed list was in abeyance because of COVID-19. And when I started to undertake this position, we continued to address civil service to obtain lists. And we've been able to do so to the point where, as I stated, we're going to be interviewing personnel next week to fill the vacancies that we have. So there is a time factor involved in all that, but we are filling the vacancies, working to fill all the vacancies.
Okay. I wanted to have an opportunity for Maury to come on. I know she had asked in advance. I think you're muted.
All right, am I there now?
Yeah, we can hear you and we can see you. Go ahead.
Okay.
Welcome.
I can hear and see you. Sorry it's so late. It always seems like we're at the end and it's a contentious moment, but congratulations to you as well, Chief Smith. Let's hope we're on a good roll here with some new blood. Before I start, and I'm going to be like Todd, I'm just going to read off. It's late tonight and I really feel that we're probably going to revisit this and maybe with a forum that's just for this like we did before, because it just takes up a lot of time. And there are tons of people that are interested. It's not just us. We're trying to streamline.
Yep. No, I mean, we've received lots of emails, so we know there's lots of folks who are interested. Yep.
And one thing I know Mr. Small said I know Mr. Smith said he was not an engineer, and I don't believe Mr. Suso is either. So as far as adding on to the station, we visited that, I think, before Mr. Suso came into town. And it's something that can be done. And as far as historic, I think we have about 70 condos in West Falmouth that are not historic, and that building can be added on to. Mrs. Taylor was pretty spot on with getting smaller apparatus, and so wasn't Doug. And I'm really glad to hear some positive input, and that everybody is starting to really think outside the box here. Because when I hear things going to 2009, I think, I'm not thinking 2009. We should be thinking way further. So 2009 engines are totally different than 2009, 2021. So that being said, I really feel what we're sitting here all tonight is it's really not that anybody in this room doesn't want to do what we all want to do, which is to staff all our fire stations really well. I don't think anybody is here with any other agenda. The problem is we have a perennial problem with not keeping anybody in Falmouth to stay. When you look at how many people have quit, how many have resigned from our fire station, fire department, it's really sad. And for, Tim coming in right now, his hands are pretty tied as far as he's trying to make the best with a very skeleton staff compared to a lot of fire departments. So that being said, I think that we should investigate, why are we losing these people? And why are we not getting those numbers? If I'm not mistaken, sounded like we needed 19 men. But I'm not sure because I kind of lost track. But if we have 6 open positions of people retiring and resigning, quitting. So you have that. Then we already had asked for 8. So we've lost those and we still needed 8. That's what we needed. So that being said, I think we need to look into that, and it might be one of our major problems. But anyway, I'll rewind and start and end for you this evening, because Concom was 11:30 the other night. I would like to remind the board that clearly it is not the outcome that Chief Small wanted in his announcement in October 2019 that the station would close in July 2020. The good people of Falmouth have spoken first, over 200 strong, at the January forum at the high school. Then they opened up their pocketbooks and sent a strong message of support for adequate fires and EMS protection and passing an override with support from the FinCom. And finally, the town meeting members affirmed the decision through a non-binding article at the spring town meeting. And we deserve better. We deserve answers and actions by the town administration. We are deeply concerned that the percentage of shifts covering the station has been mostly non-existent from week after Thanksgiving until now. And I really hope that the town manager, the fire chief, and the select board will consider the redeployment plan as not being a success. The select board's ultimate responsibility is to ensure the safety of all residents of Falmouth. West Falmouth has been left out of this equation, and quite frankly, something has to change, and now. And how do you plan to fulfill the non-binding article of spring town meeting vote?
Well, I'll just say the same thing that I
Okay,
said
same thing, okay.
to
Okay.
Todd, which is just that this is
And actually-
why we keep having these, this is why we keep putting this on. And I think you're correct in that people are trying to problem solve. Everybody might have some different solutions, but you're hearing us talk about this issue, pretty regularly. And now we've got a new fire chief, and, that's why the night that he is here being confirmed as fire chief, this is the first thing that, he's really speaking to. And that is, that's
So I'll just
deliberate
carry
because
on.
it's an issue we know.
So
Pardon?
just carry on then, and all right, with what I'm reading. Okay.
Yep.
What happened to the positive message that the town manager has repeatedly given about increased percentage of shifts covered, and what happened to the commitment the town manager said that he had with the union to cover the voluntary shifts? We got that answer. I'm sorry. Some of this has been answered tonight. Will we continue to see this pattern decline, or will staffing improve? A couple months ago, the West Falmouth Village Association presented testimony at a select board meeting. Included in that presentation was 2 very important and relevant questions that the association asked that answers be communicated back to the association. To date, neither the town manager or the select board have replied. To repeat the questions, they were: when the 8 firefighters are hired, complete training and available for full duty, will the minimum shift staffing be increased from 14 to 16? Will we see this as crucial to ensuring daily staffing? If the answer is no, then how does the staffing situation result in 100% coverage at the West Falmouth station per the outcome of the override vote? I think that was answered tonight pretty much, but I'll watch the film. Since we now know that the new engine to be purchased in capital budget will not fit into the West Falmouth station. And that is clearly, I'm sure Mr. Chief Smith will admit to that. What are your plans to ensure that apparatus will be available to be located in the station? Are there any other pieces of equipment that will fit in that station? If that truck goes down, the station is closed. Clearly, a 25-year-old fire truck is well beyond any reasonable expectations by national standards and common sense to be serviceable for much more time. The town's history of planning and executing a plan for apparatus is not a very good one. Currently, you have no spare apparatus, forcing you to move the West Falmouth 25-year-old antique truck to cover other stations. In the past, the town manager has purchased a used fire truck that didn't last very long, and even worse, in the past, this station has been housed with a pickup truck. It's a far cry from a fully equipped engine. And I really hope that this board and the chief and citizens that know more than I do about fire trucks will look into these fast responding trucks. And they are, everybody is switching to them. They're getting away from the behemoths, the big, huge trucks. And I listen to the wheelbase and all that sort of thing. Falmouth needs fast response, well-equipped trucks. If the discussion of the future station heads toward the Hatchville site, there will be strong action by the West Falmouth community to reach parity, either keep the West Falmouth station open or build both stations simultaneously. Moving a red zone from one section of town to another does not result in a fair deployment of firemen and EMS resources. With so many questions still answered, I would respectfully request a special forum meeting to get answers to this for the taxpayers and not be, as a resident of West Falmouth and representing many people in my village, we would like answers and don't feel West Falmouth Station should be shuttered until the ribbon is cut for the new Northwest Station as promised. If we don't get proper staffing, we request our tax money be returned, because I'm not sure really where all that money is gone now since the Prop 2.5. And thank you in advance for all of your time and efforts to get these questions and concerns answered and hanging on to this very important problem that we have not solved in this town.
Thank you, Maury.
Thank you.
I also just want to note that Paul Sellers, he identified himself, and I'm just gonna note what he said in the chat, because I would just want to make sure people's comments are, this went back a little bit further when we were talking about the smaller pumper trucks, and his comment was, my current research would contradict what the chief was saying. So I think when the chief was speaking about issues with those trucks or some of the benefits of the larger trucks, and that was Paul Sellers, Precinct 6. And then Stephen Cohen also made a comment, which was, I understand Chief Smith's rationale on standardization for apparatus, but you need to have a plan to continue operations of the West Falmouth station. And the other, just to identify Paul's other comment, Paul Sellers, was mini pumper / attack alternative would provide both the dual purpose the chief speaks about. So I just want to make sure all those comments were provided to the board.
We also have comments from Robin Bowerman, Precinct 6. We concur with Todd's questions and concerns and disagree with Mrs. Suso's statement that these concerns have been adequately addressed. So.
Okay. Any other comments from this board? Or questions from this board? Go ahead, Doug Brown.
I understand Mr. Chief Smith has just explained to me that, the system of, hiring, buying these new trucks that fit with the program, and I understand that and makes sense, but it seems like we should be shopping for something small in the interim to get us back up for West Falmouth. I mean, 25-year-old truck and no backup just doesn't seem safe.
And one other question I would have, and maybe it's not something we can answer at the moment, but a question that I'd just like to come back to is just some of the question about the numbers, Mr. Suso, and maybe Jennifer Mullen can give us a bit of a primer on what happens with that Prop 2.5 money. We thought we were going to be able to utilize it at a different timeline for the hiring, but obviously that's, much delayed because of COVID. So just trying to get a sense. I know some folks have asked me that question, how is that? We haven't had a Proposition 2.5 vote in a really long time. And so I think there's, I've received some questions that frankly I can't answer fully about, where are those funds? Are they segregated in any way? Which I don't believe that they are, but, are those funds available for something like the purchase of a smaller pumper in addition to whatever we have to purchase for our regular fleet? So I don't know if either you can answer that or maybe Jennifer can speak to that. Go ahead. And then Nancy. So go ahead, Julian.
We can have Jennifer respond to that at a future meeting, but I do want to underscore, my memory is when the override was being considered and we answered questions, I believe we made it fairly clear that we did not anticipate the 8 additional firefighters being available to function until the middle part of the coming year. And I think, as the chief stated, best case scenario, that's still possible, but COVID may again cause us a problem and a further delay. And I just want to underscore, the delay is not on the part of the fire department, the chief, or the administration. When we are under civil service and don't have the authority to be making permanent civil service hires without us. So But again, as the chief indicated, there is the possibility if things come together better than they have in the recent past, that we might be able to make those hires and have those people in by mid-year. And I think generally that's consistent with what was represented earlier in this year.
Yeah. So maybe we can just circle back to that other question and we can ask Jennifer.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
This is Peter. Yeah,
Yep.
I can address that
Okay.
briefly. The override was very clearly for wages and benefits for firefighters. It was not for purchase of capital equipment, so it would not be consistent with the town meeting vote or the override to use the override funds to purchase a fire engine.
Okay.
And we can have
And
Frank
so-
and Jennifer verify that, but I think that's pretty clear.
Oh, Nancy's not waiting. Sorry.
Okay.
So my question is,
Nancy, go ahead.
with the data that we have on the call volume, do you track where trucks are deployed from and where they're going?
Currently, the data that we have that we're utilizing is based on the CAD information that's coming from the communications center. Obviously, we do know what apparatus is going where, and that's as part of our run reports. But we're using right now, we're looking at the average that's provided to us from the data that's being tracked by the communications center. And we do know where they're coming from and where they're going, if that's the question in simplistic terms.
I was just curious because I'm just always curious about data and drilling into data a little more.
So, I mean, if you looked at it from, when you're looking at some of the average response times, if the North Falmouth station is out on a call, then somebody else that has to, go into that area, their times are going to vary, obviously, which is different than if that station was staffed at, when there was a call. So if the North Falmouth station, for example, went to the Seacrest, then your times are going to be obviously reduced. But if that ambulance is at the hospital and has to go back to the Seacrest, the times are going to be, are going to increase. And the other thing, if it's okay, I mean, I wanted to just explain a little bit about the apparatus purchase. We've had, as I stated before, we've had a apparatus replacement plan for over 2 decades. And we consistently monitor our fleet replacement, and apparatus, as you know, is a costly item. And we have consistently made these requests, and sometimes they may get put off for a year. The last apparatus purchase that we had was in 2018. And even though we started down this road with the similar apparatus design and the current vendor that we utilize, even though they go back to 2009, the only difference with those trucks is just age. So the oldest vehicles that we have right now that were purchased as of from 2009 on, the oldest are 11 years old and the newest is 2 years old. Yes, the engine that's in West Falmouth is 24 years old. It was purchased in 1996. It's being utilized. And by purchasing the current apparatus through the request through town meeting, what we're trying to do is to purchase this additional engine to reduce the activity of that engine in West Falmouth by rotating the apparatus around and not having to use that engine in West Falmouth, because that engine in West Falmouth was our reserve engine. And I don't have a reserve engine right now because it was moved there. We lost a few engines as a result of failure in inspections. And at one point we lost 2 pieces of apparatus, and that's why there was a used vehicle that was purchased for the West Falmouth station. And we've been regularly adding our engines in the capital. And right now, if we're successful, we can get this engine purchased. Then the next time frame for a request to the capital is FY25. So we're doing our due diligence. Our personnel that are part of the design committee have worked countless hours to try and ensure that we're designing apparatus that is going to last, is standardized, provides a safe platform for our personnel, and offers a good, amount of protection for our personnel and for the community when we respond. And we're confident in what we've done over the years, and we want to continue to do that. And we hope that the approval will be made at town meeting.
Just one last quick comment, not at, only because of the time and because I think, Maureen's put her finger on it, that this is something that is going to require, another deeper discussion, but
No,
you're here, so go ahead.
And I do agree. I think we should really seriously, hardly look at this new engine that we're going to purchase. I think we may have to purchase 2 of them, because I think the chief will concur that, you go to town meeting and get the approval to purchase the new engine, it's probably another year to build it. So there's no way that fire engine is going to last in that West Falmouth station. And if you guys and the town's very serious about staffing that station until such time they construct and build a new station, then that's never going to happen in that amount of time. That fire engine is not going to make it. And every time an apparatus goes out of service, that truck gets moved to that station where the other apparatus needs to be repaired, and there'll never be an engine at that fire station. And that's real. This is not make believe. And we've asked these questions to the board several times. And to go back to the staffing, and I know the chief is struggling with the staffing, but when he gets all these guys hired, whatever numbers they were, 10, 12, 16, I don't know how many they were. But once we get them on board, whether it's in March or April, I think it's imperative that the amount of staffing that's required, that's there today, it's 14, needs to be changed to 16 in order to keep the West Falmouth station open. It will not remain open if that number does not change from 14 to 16, because they can close it at any time they want. So those things need to change, or none of the conversation we've had tonight will matter, because the fire engine will break down. There will not be a replacement. The chief told you he doesn't have a replacement for that station, and it will take a year to build one. So we are way behind the 8 ball here, not only with personnel, but with apparatus. And it's going to be a problem. And I think you guys are well aware of it. And whether we not have to get another used fire engine, then maybe that's what we have to do in order to keep that station open.
That would be my
Thanks,
suggestion.
Todd. Chief, yep, Chief, go ahead.
With, in due deference, our mechanic division does a phenomenal job in taking care of our fleet. They are very well trained in keeping our apparatus going. That truck is older than most. However, anything according to the National Fire Protection Association, the standards that they utilize, anything beyond 20 years is something that should be considered to be taken out of service. However, if we do have good maintenance and we can continue to, have regular inspections, that truck right now can continue to be utilized. But yes, having a reserve engine to relieve the other apparatus so that we're not moving that piece of apparatus around is something that this current request is trying to achieve. And with regards to changing the number from 14 to 16, I'm sure Todd can understand that number is based on a contractual agreement, and moving it to 16 would require discussions with the town and the union in order to change that. Right now, the minimum number of staffing is 14. To move it up to 16 would require, we can do that right now on a voluntary basis, but as far as making an agreement, that has to be done through the union.
I have one more question. Chief Smith, if we were to go out shopping for maybe a 8 or 10-year-old fire truck that would fit in that station, any idea what type of range of cost we might anticipate spending?
The Sutphen that was a 1992 vintage was $20,000. It lasted 3 years. Anything that you buy used, and I'm sure you can all attest to, as probably in your lifetime, you've purchased something that was used. You're going to get what you get. And there's no warranties that are attached to that. Our new vehicles that are custom designed, are supported by the manufacturer, have extensive warranties attached to them. And we still, to this day, on some of our apparatus that are older than 5 years old, we still can go back to the manufacturer and get assistance with any issues that we might have. But anything that you buy used, you're going to buy somebody else's problem. The Sutton that we bought worked for a little bit, but it developed problems as we went along. It didn't have all the safety features that we currently have in our apparatus now. And in time, the transmission and the body started to fail, and it was going to cost the town more time for our mechanics to spend, which they don't have because they have such a large amount of apparatus and other auxiliary vehicles to take care of. But they kept putting funds into it that they don't have. So I would caution, going down that road again to buy used vehicles. I know it's not easy for everybody to understand. And yes, if we were to be given the money today and approved, there would be a time frame of about probably a year or less to get that apparatus in place. And knowing that we made this request in November, we were working towards having it all ready to go so that once the monies were available, we were going to do a review of our previous purchase. And that's currently what we did with the current pricing and the costs and the request that was made in the capital. And we would be able to move forward quicker than we have in the past. So now that we've been delayed till January, it just adds a little more time to it, as you would well imagine.
I'm not saying it would be wise to buy a used vehicle, but it just seems unwise not to have a backup. So I'm just thinking in terms of that, not for a long term, but maybe just for the few years to get us to the point where we are ready to, and maybe it's more than a few years before we're ready to do the Northwest. If we're going to do Hatchville first, it seems like that's where we're headed.
Again, if you purchase something that was 10 years old, it also runs in conflict with the standards. If you use it for another 5 years, then at the 15-year mark, they recommend that it's put in reserve as well. So, kind of kicking the can down the road a little bit in some instances. But again, looking back at the past and looking at previous narratives that have been sent into the town regarding our capital, all kind of say the same thing, that we're trying to modernize our fleet, have safe, platforms for our personnel to provide the service to the town. And that's what we have been doing. And I think that, we've been doing our due diligence, and I stand by our personnel and the work that they've done.
I'm not saying otherwise. I'm just trying to think of a little backup plan for this West Falmouth situation.
I appreciate that. Believe me.
If I could comment just briefly on the money for the override, I think currently that must just go into the general fund. So although it specifically can only be used to hire personnel and wages, town is supplementing its budget in a roundabout way. So we could consider some sort of purchase like that out of other revenues if we wanted to go that route. That's probably a discussion for another meeting.
I don't think that funding actually goes into effect until January 1st. So there's no money coming in yet.
Okay. I don't see Megan. So Maury, I guess if you want to make a comment.
I actually just picked up on something that I wasn't even aware of, and maybe Chief Smith can explain it. So we can only have 14 firefighters on, and that's why we get the 2 volunteers?
It's a 14-man minimum. At the start of the shift, we have 14 personnel, and anything beyond 14, either 1 or 2 personnel. If we get 1 additional personnel, they're deployed to the North Falmouth station. If we have 2, they're deployed to the West Falmouth station. But
right, I understand that, we had the 2 volunteer thing, but what I'm asking you is, so it's a union thing that you can have 14, and if they volunteer that they can have to work? Is that how, I don't understand when you said you can only, so why don't you put 16 on, and why are we having volunteers?
We do put 16 on if they, because we offer the overtime to personnel to staff that particular station.
So
I know the word voluntary is, it has been used as a label, but at the beginning of the day, 0800 hours in our little world here, at 0800 hours, we have 14 personnel that staff the 4 stations based on the staffing that was agreed to starting July 1st. Anything beyond that, in order to staff the West Falmouth station, we require 2 personnel, which puts us at 16 persons, but that's not contractual.
That's what I'm asking. So we need to, you, not me, but somebody has to go back to the drawing board with the union, am I correct, to get a 16 staff model?
Well, put it this way, if that was the case today, we would still be in the same predicament because we're working on obtaining the staff.
Well, I mean, that's sort of it's sort of like COVID, did we ever expect the fire department to be looking for this many men? I mean, you guys are up against it. But knowing now that even if you had the men, you were contractually at 14, you would have to renegotiate to have a full 16 complement.
No, the 14 is a minimum.
14, yes, the 14.
If we had the staffing, we could go up to a 16 model without changing the contract.
The fire chief can put on he can put on beyond 14, but the minimum staffing at the beginning of the day is 14 personnel.
Right.
Okay, so if we did have the staffing, what you're saying to me is that you would have it at 16 right now if you had the manpower. And there's nothing holding you back if all of a sudden these men all appeared.
We're currently working towards putting the additional staffing on that will eventually continue to raise our personnel numbers per shift. And when that happens, then when we have personnel beyond the 14, then we can regularly staff that station.
Okay, so we're not worrying about having to go back to the drawing board for a union negotiation to be able to, okay. Thank you very much. That's the way it sounded when you said, we can't, because if you had 16 men, why aren't you? So now I understand it's because you don't have them.
We talk in terms like this amongst ourselves, and it's easy to understand when we're sitting around having a cup of coffee explaining all this. And I know it's sometimes we have to explain it a little bit, but you have the gist of it.
Okay. Thank you. And have a nice holiday, everyone. I think you're ready for bed by now.
We need to get some retired firefighters back on the job, don't we?
I
don't think so.
Thanks again, all you guys for the time. Appreciate the time to speak. Thank you.
Merry Christmas and Happy New Year and all that good stuff. Thank you.
Great.
Same to you. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. Is there anything else, Mr. Suso, on this subject right now?
No, nothing further at this time. I'll just comment that the dialogue we just had was all made clear as part of the override proposal that was overwhelmingly by voters, that additional staffing and manpower would allow us not to need the voluntary overtime any further if all goes as we hope it to go. So again, this has all been out there. The board's presented it at your forums, and we've discussed it, and we remain very thankful and appreciative that the citizens of the community have supported that override to ensure that this is only a temporary situation, which it is.
And we're at the height of the biggest part of the problem right now.
My knowledge, Mr.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. Chief Smith, and I appreciate you coming in, and I think we'll move to the next item now, which is business committee reappointments. And we are looking to reappoint people to the Cape Cod Joint Transportation Committee Cape Cod Water Protection Collaborative, Upper Cape Regional Transfer Station Board, and Upper Cape Water Supply Collaborative.
I move we appoint Jim McLaughlin to the Cape Cod Joint Transportation Committee, term ending June 30th, 2023.
Patterson, second.
Very well. And should we do these individually?
I was gonna do the next, and I was gonna do the next three together.
Okay. So all in favor then, Mr. Patterson? Roll call vote.
Patterson, aye.
Mr. Jones,
Jones, aye.
Ms. Taylor,
Taylor, I.
and Brown, aye.
I would now
Yeah.
move that we appoint Ray Jack to the Cape Cod Water Protection Collaborative, term ending June 30th, 2022. The Upper Cape Regional Transfer Station Board, term ending June 30th, 2021. And the Upper Cape Water Supply Collaborative, term ending June 30th, 2022.
Patterson, second.
And all in favor by roll call, Mr. Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Mr. Jones,
Jones, aye.
Ms. Taylor,
Taylor, I.
and Brown, aye.
And then I move that we appoint Carla Ferroni to the Barnstable County HOME Consortium Advisory Council, term ending January 1st, 2024.
Patterson, second.
Seems so far away.
Right. Okay, and all in favor by roll call, Mr. Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Mr. Jones,
Jones, aye.
and Ms. Taylor,
Taylor, I.
and Brown, aye.
And finally, I affirm the appointment from the Veterans of Foreign War. There is the representative to be Ahmed Mustafa, term ending June 30th, 2021 to the Veterans Council Committee.
Patterson, second.
Very well. All in favor by roll call, Mr. Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Mr. Jones,
Jones, aye.
Ms. Taylor,
Taylor, I.
and Brown, aye. And letter from Mr. Ahmed Mustafa. Thank you for your service. Announce April 21 town meeting schedule. Okay, the April 2021 annual town meeting currently scheduled for Monday, December. Wait a minute. Selectmen announce annual town meeting. Okay, that's tonight. Close the warrant. The warrant will close on Friday, January 15th. And selectmen vote articles and execute warrant Monday, February 8th. Publish articles only Friday, February 12th. And presentation on petition articles will be Monday, February 22nd, 2021. Selectmen vote recommendations Monday, March 8th, 2021, and publish the warrant with recommendations and mail warrant booklets Friday, March 26th. Town meeting is proposed to be held on Monday, April 12th, 2021. Any discussion or changes to these?
No, but I would just say this is probably a good time to remind people that we are moving forward with planning a virtual Zoom town meeting in January. I know there was a letter in the Enterprise from Mr. Suso and from, I think, Mr. Palmer advertising that fact. And the one question I had is there any possibility of creating stations either at Town Hall or the library? If people did not have computers at home, is there a place that we could still socially distance, make small groups that could be able to come in and access the town meeting that way?
Mr. Suso?
Yeah, I'll be happy to comment on that. That's part of our review, our internal review. With the help of Town Clerk Michael Palmer, we're going to be polling all town meeting members to determine exactly how many would be falling in the category that Select Board Member Jones has raised. And depending on how many individuals are in that situation, we'll take steps to set up alternative arrangements, just like you described, so that they can avail themselves of the virtual town meeting, even if they're not able to do so from their own homes.
Thank you.
We just don't know how many we'll need yet, exactly where.
I wonder if there'd be another option too, to like a phone bank or somebody answering a phone that could transfer comments. I don't know if that's practical.
That's also among the options we're looking at. Again, we're going to await the response from individual town meeting members to determine exactly how many with virtual Zoom from their own homes, as opposed to needing to call in or wanting to go to a third-party location.
Okay,
So that's why we begun this so early. So we will have yet in time to respond and implement accordingly.
okay, very good. Thank you very much. So
I
then,
move- I move that we adopt the April 2021 annual town meeting schedule as proposed.
Jones, second.
very well. All in favor by roll call, Mr. Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Mr. Jones,
Jones, aye.
Ms. Taylor,
Taylor, I.
and Brown, aye. Okay, annual license renewals. Oh, boy. Okay, I guess I'll read these off for you. Is there any, we don't have to read any notice or anything? Just go ahead and read the license listed.
Correct.
Okay,
Just proceed and the board can act to renew the licenses
and will there be another round of these? Are we getting
by
close?
vote, of course.
We'll have the seasonal ones.
I've noticed that we don't have East End Tap, and the proprietor actually sent me a message saying, when will my license be coming up? Is there still yet another round beyond this? Because I
Well,
don't
there
see it.
certainly can be. The board has another meeting here in the month of December. I'd have to check with Diane and Phyllis to see what the status of East End Tap is. I really don't know.
Okay.
I don't know if all their documents are in order, yay or nay, but we'll be happy to check on that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll start the list. All alcohol restaurant, 99 Restaurant, 30 Davis Straits. Sea Salt, 75 Davis Straits. Estia, 117 Main Street. Glass Onion, 37 North Main Street. La Cucina Silmari, 237 Main Street. All Alcohol Club, Cape Verdean Club, 126 Sandwich Road. Falmouth Rod and Gun Club, 203 Carrot Shop Road. Midway Trap and Skeet Club, 284 Old Meeting House Road. Portuguese American Club, 55 Ashumet Road. All Alcohol Inn Holder, Falmouth Holiday Inn, 291 Jones Road. All Alcohol Package Store, Old Barn Package Store, 20 Luscombe Ave. RJ's Variety and Liquor, 174 Sandwich Road. West Falmouth Market, 623 West Falmouth Highway. Wine and Malt Restaurant, Falmouth Cinema Pub, 137 T-Ticket Highway. Silver Beach Pizza and Seafood, 557 North Falmouth Highway. Steve's Pizza, 374 Main Street. Wine and Malt Package Store, Ocean State Job Lot, 50 T-Ticket Highway. Windfall Market, 77 Scranton Ave. Common Victualler, 99 Restaurant, 30 Davis Straits. Betsy's Diner, 457 Main Street. And Sea Salt, 75 Davis Straits. Coffee Obsession, 38 Water Street. Coffee Obsession, 110 Palmer Avenue. Dunkin' Donuts, 363 East Falmouth Highway. And Dunkin' Donuts, 4 Sandwich Road. Dunkin' Donuts, 634 Holly Park Road. Dunkin' Donuts, 614 Main Street. And Dunkin' Donuts, 1184 Sandwich Road.
Second, Patterson.
Okay. And we still have a continued list, but if you want to vote those first, we can. You want me to just do the whole list? I think that's what we do usually, right?
We usually break it up, but
No
fine,
harm in
keep
doing
on
it.
going.
Okay. Estia, 117 Main Street. Falmouth Cinema Pub, 137 T-Ticket Highway. Glass Onion, 37 North Main Street. La Cucina Somar, 237 Main Street. Lobo's House of Pizza, 338 East Falmouth Highway. Peel Pizza, 31 T-Ticket Highway. Prime Time House of Pizza, 286 Old Main Road. Portuguese American Club at 55 Ashumet Road. Silver Beach Pizza and Seafood, 557 North Falmouth Highway. And Subway, 137 T-Ticket Highway. And Subway, 236 T-Ticket Highway. Talk of the Town Diner, 362 North Falmouth Highway. And The Stand at 75 County Road. Want to vote those now, and then we'll move on to the inn holders.
Patterson, second.
Okay, all in favor? Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Mr. Jones,
Jones, aye.
Ms. Taylor,
Taylor, I.
and Brown, aye. Okay, inn holder, Falmouth Holiday Inn, 291 Jones Road. Entertainment, Cape Verdean Club, 126 Sandwich Road. La Cucina Solmare, 237 Main Street. Portuguese American Club, 55 Ashumet Road. Sunday Entertainment, La Cucina Solmare, 237 Main Street. Automatic Amusements, Falmouth Cinema Pub, 137 T-Ticket Highway. Theater, Falmouth Cinema Pub, 137 T-Ticket Highway. Class 2 used cars, XL Auto Repair, 94 East Falmouth Highway. Executive Auto, 118 East Falmouth Highway. Costa's Auto Body, 2222 Carrot Shop Road. Falmouth Motor Car, 716 T-Ticket Highway. Route 28 Auto Center, 550 East Falmouth Highway. Vehicles for Hire, All Seasons Taxi, 45 Simpsons Lane, and Falmouth Taxi, 424 East Falmouth Highway. Do I have a motion to approve?
Patterson, second.
Oh, I guess that was the motion, excuse me.
Yeah,
All right, all in favor, Mr. Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Mr. Jones,
Jones, aye.
Ms. Taylor,
Taylor, I.
and Brown, aye. Minutes of meetings, public session, November 23rd, 2020.
I move approval
that's-
and release for public access.
Okay.
Second, Jones?
I just had one correction. I didn't make a note of it, but, oh, I was on the discussion of the house that was built with the permit, but not the ZBA approval. And just to clarify that the
That is
notice, oh, was that?
That was executive, wasn't it?
Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me. Okay. I won't comment on
Right,
that.
executive session.
Okay, then I'm fine with this. We have a motion and a second. Mr. Patterson, all in favor, Mr. Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Mr. Jones?
Jones, aye.
Ms. Taylor?
Taylor, I.
And Brown, aye. Okay,
We can still amend the executive session minutes. It's just, that wasn't what we were talking about that time.
okay, and is it okay to do that in public?
Depends on what you're saying.
Well, I guess the point I was gonna make was that the notice was given after the foundation was in. And it wasn't reflected in the minute. That was.
Oh, I would second that as edited.
Okay,
And we're doing all 4 sessions together? Because we can't release any of these, right?
right, I don't think we can.
No, you cannot.
I didn't see anything wrong with the first session, but fine, then not release then.
So your motion is to approve all 4 with the amendment that Doug suggested and not release any of them?
Yes, that's fine with me.
I mean,
Okay, is that a second?
yes.
Okay,
The only, on the 4th session, can we just do the first 3? Because I have some edits for session 4.
all right.
I'll amend my second.
All right, so then we have a motion for the first 3 and a second, and all in favor by roll call, Mr. Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Mr. Jones,
Jones, aye.
Ms. Taylor,
Taylor, I.
and Brown, aye. And so your correction, Mr. Patterson?
Yes, on the very last paragraph of the, it says, Mr. Patterson did not feel Mr. Suso did a satisfactory. Okay, so
I see.
I don't think that's worded correctly.
It's a double negative, right?
Yeah, and then in the next sentence, the AAA bond rating
Right,
has been Mr. Suso's priority.
right. Not a AAA bond meeting,
Right.
correct.
And then continuing on at the very end of that, he feels, that's referring to me, he feels quality of leadership could be improved.
Okay. I see, right. I guess I would agree with those. That makes more sense.
Otherwise, it is kind of garbly.
Right. Okay,
So
with that,
with that edit, I'll move approval and not release for public access.
okay. Is there a second?
I'll second. Jones,
Okay, all in favor? Mr. Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Mr. Jones,
Jones, aye.
Ms. Taylor,
Taylor, I.
and Brown, aye. Okay, that's it for the minutes.
So we've got
Oh, we got one more.
the meeting of November 23rd.
That was
Okay,
what we first approved.
Pardon me?
That's what we first approved.
yeah, that was the first
Oh,
one,
excuse me.
even though they weren't in order.
Yep. Okay, so that one's done. Okay, yeah, that's it.
And so, is this another whole list? This is the same list of licenses. It's just listed at the bottom again.
That's from the minutes.
Oh, excuse me, right. Getting late. Okay, Mr. Suso, did you want to close us out with your report?
Oh, yeah, happy to do so briefly. I want to thank Public Works Director Peter McConerty and his colleagues for their successful installation of the downtown and town common Christmas and holiday lighting displays. We're pleased with the continuation of this long cherished tradition, especially in this pandemic challenged calendar year. We've also had several expressions of appreciation for the attractive evergreen planter boxes in front of Town Hall, also heralding this season. Work continues in diligent internal preparations for the upcoming FY22 budget for town operations, including the annual town manager budget message to the board. We're also working diligently, as has been noted briefly, preparation for the upcoming virtual January 25th reconvening of town meeting. And subject to confirming scheduling, the board may be having a joint meeting with the planning board. Scheduled business meeting for December set for Monday, December 21st. And as a final reminder, your traditional first meeting in January as a board is to receive a presentation on the proposed FY22 budget, and that's set for Monday, January 4th. As a courtesy, we try to limit that agenda to budget matters only, and I ask all department heads to join us.
Your connection is frozen again there.
The town charter, and as ample town excitement. And that concludes my report, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you.
Okay, we missed some of that at the end, but I got the gist of it, that you were telling us about the budget message, and it kind of faded out, but if there's anything you want to repeat at the end, you can, but just want to let you know that frozen.
Okay, I apologize. It's in my written report. It's in my written report.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Patterson second.
very well. All in favor, Mr. Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Mr. Jones,
Jones, aye.
Ms. Taylor,
Taylor, aye.
and Brown, aye. Thank you all. Have a good evening.
You too. What's left?
Yeah. Sleep well.